All right, welcome everyone. I'm going to do a quick sound check and make sure the people outside can hear. Excellent, I'm getting a thumbs up out there. Everything is working as it should. Thank you for coming to the standing room only meeting of Council for the 9th of April. Nala Karich Wajak Mort Kayan Karak Nija Walilat Budja, we Jinang Wajak Karijan, we Nyiting Bula Yaya. We acknowledge the Whadjuk people as the traditional owners of the greater Fremantle Walyalup area, and we recognise that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still important today. The meeting is being recorded and is being streamed live online. So while all care is taken to maintain privacy, visitors in the public gallery and members of the public submitting a question or making a statement may be captured in the recording. Attendance, apologies, leaves of absence, I have none. Well, all in attendance, which is good. Applications for leave of absence, I have none. Disclosures of interest by members. Do we have any disclosures of interest? Councillor Williamson-Wong.
Thank you. I'm making a disclosure on item C25041 because one of the other architects in the firm of the applicant is my godmother, so that's an impartiality and I'll be staying. And also an interest in C250410, which is a proximity interest because my parents own a property within that structure plan and I'll be leaving the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson-Wong. Councillor Van Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would like to declare an impartiality interest on C2504-3, the Pakenham Street item. I used to be employed by the applicant company Planning Solutions, but I will be staying to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Sullivan.
Thanks, yes, I'll declare an impartiality interest in C item 2504-7 Letitia Road, as I previously owned the property 2 doors up, 5 Letitia Road, but also acted as an architect for the previous owner on the adjoining lot at number 4 Letitia Road.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Any others? No, we're all good. All right. So how we're going to work through proceedings tonight, those of you who have been to a planning committee meeting back in the day when we had a planning committee might be familiar with this. We will have the questions and statements in relation to each item before that item, and that allows for elected members to ask questions, particularly of the proponents if they've got questions on that particular item. So that's the way we'll be doing it. If you're here for item 7, it's possible that you will be here for quite a while. You're welcome to pop out and come back closer to item 7. I'm going to say the first item is likely to take about an hour. Alternatively, we will have general question time right at the start now. So if you've got a question, I've got one person listed with a general question. If you really don't feel like you can stay, general question time, you're welcome to quickly have your say on the item that you wanted to speak on and then make your way out of the chamber. So we will go to general public question time now. But like I said, if you're here for a particular item, I'd suggest that you speak before that item. So Paul Loring, you're the only person listed with a general question tonight, or statement. We are maybe going to set the timer for 2 minutes tonight, just because we've got a lot of people here. We will give you a little bit of leeway, but we would like people to try and keep it as constrained as they can. Thank you.
Okay. My general question regards the development planning and compliance processes, and I've raised 2 examples with councillors. One Newmarket Street carport application. I have nothing against what the owner's done. Everybody has to have the ability to apply for development, but the council's approval processes need to be adequate for all such applications. In this case, they've fallen far short, and Councillor Sullivan agrees with me. The issue with this carport is its overall size, scale and location. It's huge. I'm guessing it's about 12 by 12 metres. It virtually conceals the whole frontage of the existing bungalow from the street. All of the other properties in Newmarket Street have a setback of several metres, but this is hard up against this front boundary. It's completely out of character with the entire street. The second example is Stockland's narrow development on the corner of Clontarf and Naylor. I emailed Councillor Lang, although we haven't had any further conversation. About 7 weeks ago, to repeat 7 weeks ago, the developers closed off the only path on Clontarf at its junction with Naylor. This is a well-used path with schools in the neighbourhoods, South Fremantle Shopping Centre, training gyms, and like all vulnerable road users, pedestrians and cyclists, they'll use the shortest, most convenient route, anything but diversions. That means hanging around, crossing busy streets. And that's exactly what happens. They take the risk of walking, riding and scooting both ways in the gutter, including school kids. 7 weeks ago, that path was ripped up. Nothing happened for 2 weeks or more. And then for 3 days, underground boring was done. Nothing since then. To make matters worse, that boring wasn't even under the path. It was in the adjacent verge. I spoke to the developers who said it was all approved and couldn't even give me a reopening date. Said that Western Power needed to do some work, and when I asked when that was scheduled, he backed off completely, saying it wasn't scheduled, they didn't need any closure anyway. So I asked what else needed to be done, and he couldn't answer. So I've just got one final sentence then. I assumed that they are about to construct a limestone wall fencing along the entire development boundary in Clontarf. If so, why have they only closed off a short section of that? And if they are going to do all the work, that will removing the existing amenity for the general public, surely the council needs to negotiate with the developers to get this all done in one hit, quickly, to minimise the loss of general public amenity, but more so the safety of vulnerable road users.
Thank you, and thank you for sending that through. I'm sure officers will have a good look at that. All right. If there's anyone else who would really like to speak now in general question time, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we'll move straight into the first item on the agenda as our first item. Good-o. All right. I'll get through the rest of the early part of the agenda. I don't believe there were any petitions, deputations or presentations tonight. I'd ask for someone to move that we confirm the minutes of the meeting from the 26th of April. Councillor Graham, seconded by Councillor Moughlin. All those in favour? And that's unanimous. Haven't been pre-warned of any elected member communication. So that should bring us pretty much straight to the first item on our agenda, which is Lot 201, number 1, Goldsborough Street, aka Wool Stores. I've got a lot of people listed to speak on this one. If someone else speaks and you think that's exactly what I was going to say, feel free to just, say that's exactly what I was going to say. We can see you here in your numbers, so it's, not a question for us of everyone needing to speak in order to be heard as being here. So I will go through the list as per the registrations. If you come up to the microphone, state your name, and again, the time is going to go at 2 minutes. That's just a good nudge to wind up. The first person I have listed is Kirstine Sadler.
Okay, hello. I'm a retired school teacher from John Curtin and a parent and grandparent of skateboarders growing up with the Ledge. I've experienced how important the place has been for the last 30 years for our youth, particularly in creating an inclusive community of youngsters from all walks of life who look out for each other in so many ways. I feel that's just so important for their growing up. It's a lovely cross-section of the community. Despite the retention of the Ledge, I have concerns that later on, if the continuing of skating becomes impossible, the retained portions could exist only as a sad reminder of the vibrant and important skate culture that once was, but now is lost. A very sad historical curiosity. Well, how could that happen? And, as a teacher, of course, my first thoughts are, oh, well, it's safety, and it's probably noise and young people having too much fun and the residents not appreciating that. And I understand that. That's good. But I looked in the proposal for something on soundproofing the overhang of the Ledge, because if that has a maximum soundproofing, that could help things. And also to keep its existing width, because that keeps the rain off the skateboarders and gives them lots of cover from the sun, and that's a safety issue. So that's something I couldn't find in the proposal. And the other thing was when I was looking at the wonderful 80 metres of ledge, which is proposed to be kept, I think there was 3 or was it 4 entrances from Cantonment Street in there. And I just couldn't work out how that could be skated and people or cars could move through those in any kind of safe way. And that sort of worried me because I thought, A, the skaters are going to be restricted to when they can go there, and B, if they're not restricted, there's going to be nasty accidents. So, yeah, just proposing that perhaps those 3 are rolled into 1 or perhaps 2. And that's it. My question for the council, Will the council be willing and able to prescribe that subsequent landscaping and street furniture on Cantonment Street contribute to and further the site's importance as a place which welcomes skateboarding?
Thank you. We will deal with that question in the debate and discussion, I'm sure, about some of the aspects of the development. The next speaker I have listed is Carl Payne.
Good evening. I'm here to urge councillors to support the planner's report on this DA. For such an important site and building, it is right for council to request a more heritage responsive design. We know a refusal at this stage doesn't mean the project is refused. It simply invites the developer to revise elements. Skilled architects are good at responding to clear conditions in a design brief. There's no reason why a revised design would be inferior to the current design. Regarding the history, the 1927 section and the 1950s editions are separated by only 25 years. We should remind ourselves that the most recent remaining sections of the wool stores are now 70 years into the past. These days, heritage status is being given to buildings from the 50s. They are legitimate architectural and social heritage status. They have significant status. We should also note the 1970s Perth Concert Hall is already a classified heritage structure. The wool industry was hugely important to Australia and Fremantle into the 50s and 60s. It didn't stop in 1927. However, the 27 building has been treated so far as the only part of the total structure worth saving. This is heritage conservation nonsense. The DA proposes to retain parts of 1950s walls and to demolish others. There's no overall heritage strategy that respects the integrity of the full composition of the wool stores building. We're left with part wall sections remaining, others fully demolished. In heritage terms, despite many fine words in the DA report, it is a shambles. In conclusion, I'd like to make 2 broad observations. 1, none of the submissions supporting the DA are affected by the changes I'm proposing. I am in complete agreement with the concept of repurposing the building as proposed. All I am seeking is a design revision to prevent the currently planned destruction of large areas of external brick walls. It is possible for the developer to achieve all development aims with just these few overall changes. Point 2, in closing, we need to appreciate the full story, the full context. Mr. Finney may own the Cantonment Street wool stores, but Mr. Finney doesn't own the streets. He doesn't own the established port precinct cityscape. He doesn't own the history of the wool trade in Fremantle. He doesn't own the collective community connections to the buildings built to manage that important part of our history. To be effective curators of Fremantle's priceless heritage, it takes not just understanding and commitment, it also takes great courage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have listed is Jack Morellini.
Hello. Thank you, Council, for ongoing support and consultation through the process. Thank you, Human Urban, for the same, and continuing to listen to our concerns, making the changes and preserving portions of the ledge. similar to the last speaker, we do fully, well, the skateboarding community on behalf of WASA and the Woolstores Forever Committee fully support the development. We want to see success. We want to see this successful for Human Urban. We want to see this successful for our community. And specifically in that support, we support Mayor Fitzharding's proposed alternative motion and the additional condition 39. Like I said, we intend to work closely with Human Urban, and we have been. We do have a few issues that I think we can work through. The main one being, as we said, the openings on Cantonment Street leading into the retail spaces. The current onus has been placed on a skateboarding sympathetic tenant being in the space to help ensure our ongoing access to the ledge. Unfortunately, this might not be a reality. So we're looking for a bit more protection. Human Urban have recommended pursuing heritage protection through having it recognised as a cultural space. We have been in consultation with Heritage Council of WA, and we intend to continue to pursue that. That heritage protection, where am I on here? I think that might be it. Cool, thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Joe Smith.
Hi, thanks for the time. Firstly, I'd love to commend the city for being so interested in this development and actually these recommendations coming through. It's so great to have that level of engagement. It's super exciting. It's super exciting that the arts component, % for arts, and the skaters are being considered by you and recommendations for change are coming up. What I am here to talk about, though, is that there needs to be a balance. One of the things that I had a look at with those recommendations for changes, it wasn't actually taking into account what I perceive as flow of human activity, the flow of buildings. What's being proposed is that Cantonment Street access gets closed off, and so that all human movement happens away from Cantonment rather than looking towards each other. As many of you know, we've lived in the park in a tent for 9 years, and we know what makes community. What makes community is carolling together and looking towards each other. Clancy's, Dada, Circus WA, all working closely together and not turning our backs on it. I love the skate community. I love them being there. They're often actually in our tent, invited, sometimes uninvited, but they're a part of that community. So are the homeless people, part of that community. And we have made a space in the East End and we've activated it. But what it's been missing is money. Nobody's invested at all in that space. And there is an organisation, Human Urban, headed by Adrian Finney, saying, we will invest in here. What I understand is you're recommending some changes, and it's not the end of the story. But what I'm recommending is we need to look together. We need that building looking towards that park and not ignoring the park. We need changes, but if one community can't be put in there, I mean, maybe Circus could be put in there as well, but it doesn't make any sense. I want you to think of the broader picture and the impact that that might have on the viability for the entire community, not just one group. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to put the proponents to the end in case elected members have any questions of them, because that is something that we have the ability to do. So I'll keep moving through the remainder of the list and I'll come back to the proponents. So the next person I have listed is Michael Korods. Cool. Come on up.
All right, it's not too loud. Okay. First of all, I just would like to say thank you to the council and to the developers for being so embracing of the skateboarding culture and being willing to speak to us and engage with us. I'll say simply this. This is Fremantle. We do things differently here. We have a real chance to cement ourselves. Where most other cities are shying away from skateboarders, we're looking to actively embrace them into our community through the Wool Stores. For the last 35 years, we have made that building our own. We have skated there. For a lot of us, we have second-generation skateboarders coming through. Both my children skate there, and I'm not the only one who thinks that. Look at the numbers around us. Look at our T-shirts, the Wool Stores Life, Wool Stores Forever. Some of us literally have Wool Stores Forever tattooed on us, okay? That's how much this building means to us and what the skateboarding community means to us. You're looking at me now going, how can something that is not alive, how can something that doesn't reciprocate your feelings, how can you have so much love for something that can't love you back? Well, the answer to you all is the building is alive. It is alive with the culture of what we developed there. It's alive with the culture of what we're doing there now, okay, and what we will do into the future. I can assure you, no matter what incarnation of that ledge is there, we will continue to skate that ledge. No matter what is left there, we will skate it. We will find a way to make it work. In closing, I put this to you. I implore you to, if you don't understand what it's about, come down and see us. Come skate with us. Come hang out with us. We'd love to have you and show what we have there and why it's so special and why it means so much to us. Please consider us in these developments and what we're doing. In closing, I'll quote Captain Charles Fremantle when he declared that Fremantle is a place of consequence. We have a chance now to ensure that skateboarders remain at Wool Stores a place of consequence. We've been part of the story of the Wool Stores for the last 35 years, and we want to be there for the next 35 and beyond. Thank you very much for your time, and we implore you to do what's right for the skating community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Zach Telgman.
The West Australian Skateboarding Association supports Mayor Fitzhardin's proposed alternative motion to support. Additional condition number 39 is a well-balanced heritage outcome for the space, celebrating the heritage fabric of the 1927 Elders Wool Store, whilst also conserving and fostering the nearly 40 years of modern Western Australian skateboarding heritage that is currently associated with the site. Skateboarding is a current modern heritage use of the Elders Wool Store. WASA is pleased to be included in the Heritage Council's advice on the development, but we are worried that it may not go far enough in holding HU accountable to follow through with community commitments they have made. Communicating our history, heritage, and stories linked to the site is important. However, our continued use and access to the site is what we are most concerned about. To reference the Borough Charter, Article 7.1 states that where the use of a place of cultural significance where the use of a place is of cultural significance, it should be retained. Our continued ability to use and access the site is our most important priority for the development. The two changes stated in additional condition 39 help us to achieve that goal. The 1927 portion of the building is where we do the most of our skateboarding and has 3 trafficable entrances added to it in HU's plans. In early consultation, we provided HU with skateboarding use heat maps of the ledge and footpath, had multiple site visits expressing in clear terms which portions of the ledge are important to us and which portions we were okay with losing. Yet our opinion and input at the time does seem to have been neglected somewhat. The high number of proposed entrances in the 1927 building will have a detrimental effect on the international and local reputation and significance of the ledge. It will be harder to and less enjoyable to skate there if we are even allowed to skate at all in the future to come. HU is proposing 85% of the skateboarding ledges to be retained. This is a landmark step for a developer, and we applaud them for it. However, the removed sections are some of the most skateboarded parts of the entire ledge, leaving us with ledge sections that have windowsills that poke out, have commercial retail openings directly cut into them, or have main residential and commercial entrances between them. We are also losing the only 2 parts we skate at the northern end of the ledge. Losing these 2 portions of ledge was agreed to under the pretense that other areas would be retained intact. This was changed when HU submitted their application on the 1920s, and the 1920s door was reinstated from a window. This change was never communicated to us, and we never knew that this was originally a door before the DA was public. It is the most skated part of the entire Wool Stores ledge, and as seen on our shirts and even tattoos on the skin of some of my fellow skateboarders, the icon of Wool Stores. The Mayor's proposed alternative motion saves this ledge, and with it, the hope of a future existence for our community in Fremantle. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor McLeod.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's loud. I'm reading a comment tonight on the behalf of a professional French skateboarder, Sylvain Toganelli, who can't be here tonight. So these are his words. Skateboarders have the ability to see opportunities in spaces. An empty parking lot or a metal ledge at the bottom of a disused building are where we spend the best times in our lives. We make investments in time and energy over decades, and we always get plenty back, creating culture and community from the ground up. Cool places with soul are driving not just culture and community, but the local economy, development opportunities and long-term attractiveness. But I'm sure everybody in the room will know that. Fremantle is at a crossroads. The artists are getting priced out of their spaces. The small businesses are in two minds about staying or leaving. We need to keep the heart of Freo beating. As a professional skateboarder, I've spent the last 20 years of my life travelling around the world looking for the perfect ledge. I'd seen Wool Stores in videos before, assuming it was somewhere in the US. I was surprised that it was in Western Australia, and my surprise was even bigger when I came here the first time and realised it was not only perfect, but also accessible every day of the week. Since then, I've made many friends down at Wool Stores and spent countless hours making videos and photos for my sponsors. I can't stress enough how rare 100 metres of uninterrupted ledge is and how valuable it is to the skate community. Wool Stores is the only real spot left in Western Australia, but it's also one of the most beautiful skate spots in Australia. If it changes, skateboarding changes, and most of Western Australia's skateboarders will be relegated to skate parks in order to progress. To compare this with surfing, it would be like losing a coastline and having to surf in wave pools. I feel sorry in a way that this responsibility is put in your hands, but to everyone involved, I hope you'll make the right decision. There won't be another Wool Stores for even 100 years.
Thank you. Rachel Salmon Lomas.
I think a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, but I just see a real opportunity with especially the development of the outside of the Wool Stores for it to be done in very close collaboration with the skateboarders, and that's what I hope gets considered. I think that development that starts from what is already activated in the community and works with and very closely to develop that is a lot more powerful when I see a lot of activation happen post trying to get people involved in a space that doesn't have that life. I think a lot of money can get wasted that way. So I really hope that they can use what is already working as like a heart beating there and work with that to just enhance that space. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, especially with the percent for art for the outside. And I know that's a different proposal, but I just wanted to say that I just see an opportunity. I hope that they can continue to work closely with the community of the skateboarders to make that a reality.
Thanks, Rachel. David Robinson. Thank you.
Without question, there has to be a preference for development as opposed to dilapidation. There has to be a preference for the creation of housing as opposed to no creation or little creation of housing. And there has to be a preference for something that's going to stimulate and add vibrancy to the Fremantle economy. Mayor Hanna, councillors, I am the chairman of the Council of Owners of the VQA Apartments, the building which is next door to the Wool Stores. And on behalf of the owners of the VQA Apartments, we certainly support the proposal to redevelop the Elders Wool Stores. At the moment, it can be best described and widely described as an eyesore. Unfortunately, in Fremantle, we have too many proposed development sites that are just sitting there and are shambles. We have too many approved development sites that have stalled because the developers have chosen not to do anything at the moment. We have to be extremely grateful that we have a company the calibre of Human Urban who have come up with such a creative and innovative design. And they are prepared to do something now. They don't want to wait and do it when it suits them down the track. At present, the interior splendour of the heritage part of the Elders Wool stores is only seen by rats, mice, cockroaches, spiders, termites and vandals. At least with what Human Urban is proposing to do, will expose that wonderful site to everyone. Let's hope that in a decision-making process, guidelines, heritage guidelines, and let it be understood that not all guidelines are mandatory instructions. So let's hope that guidelines, along with common sense and sensibility, prevail. The best thing the Fremantle City Council can do for the benefit of everyone in Fremantle is to approve the redevelopment application of the Elders Wool stores as it stands.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Chrissy Mouse.
I'm a little bit fluey tonight, so please excuse my voice. Honourable Council members, on behalf of the Fremantle Chamber of Commerce, we wish to express our disenchantment with the officer's recommendation to review the redevelopment of the Elders Wool store. Please excuse my voice. In our collective view, it is a significant setback for Fremantle's future. It also sends a negative message to other potential developers and works in juxtaposition to all the key economic drivers we've been collectively working together to drive. That is why the Chamber supports Mayor Hanna's alternate recommendation, and thank you, Hannah, for that. We would like that to be passed tonight and urge every single one of you to support that. The Elders Wool store site has been for far too long an eyesore. It's a building that cruise ship passengers see upon arriving to Fremantle Port. So it's now not just an eyesore, but potentially a massive missed opportunity. This project is not just another development proposal, it's a catalyst for revitalisation of the inner east of Fremantle, an area that has been potentially neglected for decades and requires your urgent attention. Our city needs more people living, working and thriving in the heart of Fremantle. We need more student accommodation. We need more innovation in urban landscape. That is why we fully support the Human Urban in their vision to transform the historic site. The community response speaks volumes, and how fantastic to listen to some of you speak tonight. Only a small fraction raised concerns, and of all of those, many were not outright objections. It's time for common sense to prevail. We can no longer afford to allow this derelict building to remain standing as a symbol of stagnation. It no longer reflects the heritage of Fremantle, just a testament to years of neglect. This development could stand as a proud example of how we can thoughtfully modernise and activate vacant heritage sites. We cannot, in good consciousness, allow Fremantle to miss this incredible opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And John Dowson?
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. John Dowson, Fremantle Society. In 2 minutes, it's impossible to cover 3 weeks of putting the submission together. We did want to talk about 47 Pakenham Street, which is...
We'll come to that separately on the agenda.
All right. So getting on with the wool stores. And the Fremantle Society certainly wants to see money spent and the place done up. It's not a matter of not doing something, it's a matter of just doing it right. Now, the skateboarders, I must say, we read the skateboarders' submissions, hundreds of them, and they're absolutely brilliant, and they've got a passion for the building, and quite a few of them actually support the building in its sort of magnificence, and that's what the Fremantle Society is trying to protect. So we certainly agree with the skateboarders, but our vision is to look at the history of the place as a wool store in particular, and the values that the building brings together, as Carl Payne has says. Now, we don't see it as an eyesore, but as the last remaining magnificent wool store, bought for just $7 million. And Fort Knox wool store, you might remember, cost the developers 23, so they've got it at a cheap price. Now, the previous approval for this site was 20 years ago when Mayor Taliaferri said that the owner should not have any extra height given, there should not be any major demolition, and the current council, the current mayor and council seem to basically say, let the developers have whatever they want. Now, when that previous approval came to council, I was put in a room with council officers and the owners, lawyers and architects to nut out an approval. And I said to the mayor, we have to grant some concession, so we granted an extra story setback 7 metres. But the resulting approval for this building was that the skin of the building had to be kept to retain the shape of and look of the wool store, and the timbers inside had to be recycled. Now that would have been a good outcome, but what have we got today? We've got 30% of the facade knocked down, massive changes, 3-storey multi-million-dollar townhouses on top. So nothing's really changed in terms of the value of the building. It still is a magnificent, it's not a derelict building. It's a wonderful, it's not an eyesore, it's a wonderful reminder as the last wool store in Fremantle. So please give it your, go further than just doing nothing. Actually listen to the officers and the DAC where they said that you have to protect more of the building.
Thank you. And Mr Dowson, am I right in thinking that you want to also speak on the Pakenham Street item? So I'll call you back to the lectern on Pakenham Street.
Well, thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Okay, and Ken Adam is our next speaker.
Your Honour and councillors, I hope you've all read my submission. It's 1.5 pages long, so it shouldn't take you very long. Succinctly sets out the things that I believe are really important in this issue. I want to make 3 things very clear at the outset. Firstly, I totally support the repurposing of the building complex. I think it's well and truly overdue. The building itself is actually quite sound. It might look pretty scrappy from the outside, but our friend from the Chamber of Commerce, I think, was a bit derogatory in her addressing that point. We welcome the investment of $110 million in the restoration and the repurposing of the wool stores. We absolutely welcome that. The second point I'd like to make is that the developer, Adrian Finney, is highly regarded, highly respected in the industry, and is highly regarded as both a developer and a public figure. I want to make that very clear. I want to make it very clear too that the architects of this development are also extremely well regarded, very highly regarded in both the architectural community and in the community generally. So we, and I say we, I'm not alone in this, but I'm not speaking, as John Dowson was, for anybody. But the question that we have is, how do they get it so wrong? What can be done, in fact, to bring it back on track? I support absolutely what Carl Payne has had to say,
and the comments that have been made by John Dowson. The points I simply want to make are there should be a much better understanding of heritage. It didn't stop with the 1927 building, but it continued with the very large continuing of the building beyond that. We would like to see the undoubted architectural skills that have been applied to this developing the complex in a way that is much more respectful in recognising the heritage of the original building. We think that a fantastic outcome can be achieved, and indeed, very probably, a financially better and more sound outcome by addressing the heritage aspects properly and applying more to the recognition of those qualities. So I'm asking the council to actually support the officer's recommendation, to show some courage here, right? All is not lost if it takes another 6 months or another year to get it right, but for God's sake, get it right. It's an opportunity that just will not come again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. All right. I've gone through everyone on the list who's not from the proponent team, as far as I know. Were there any other speakers on the Wool Stores item? Otherwise, I will go to the proponent. Okay. All right. So the first person I have speaking is Carl Jevons.
Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak tonight. These buildings are deeply significant, yet are at a precarious and critical point in their future. Since taking ownership, we have unrelentingly collaborated with the Fremantle community, including a project team that are all Fremantle-based, urban design, architecture, landscape, and our own project and cultural directors. These insights have helped us shape a project that reflects Fremantle's values, aspirations, past, present, and I think most importantly, the future. Over the past 3 years, we've developed a proposal that is respectful, achievable, and deeply rooted in community needs. We've delivered around 50 regeneration projects across Perth in the last 2 decades, and I can assure you that none are more complex than this. With all of our projects, the starting point is always looking outside of our boundaries to grow the community we work within. The land bounded by Queen Victoria, Elder, and Cantonment Streets alone span almost 7 hectares of vacant land, car parks, underutilised and derelict buildings, and our project sits in the middle of this significant problem. It needs a catalyst to bring it back to life because the community and our buildings desperately need it. With more than 40,000 square metres of building space, the site demands a balanced mix of uses, diverse housing types, commercial and retail activation, all working together to create a thriving urban community. Currently, all the key existing urban conditions are working against this objective. Lack of surveillance, lack of movement in the precinct, lack of street trees, lack of amenity, lack of beauty, lack of care, and often hope on many fronts. Firstly, these buildings have been empty, and knowing these buildings extremely well, as our team does, as do our professionals, they are derelict in many parts and are falling down before our eyes. And this has been occurring over 40 years. And the reason why is because it's such a bloody complex building, as I described earlier. The strategic removal of the ground floor columns in the 1950s buildings provides space for essential services, parking, public and private space, landscaping zones, spatial qualities for natural light and design compliance. Without this, we're left with 35 square metres of entirely unleasable and unsaleable space. There is no project without it. Respectfully, it is idealistic that a building of this size and scale does not need critical infrastructure within its footprint. The ground floor over the 50s buildings is the only location it can go. We have tested, pushed and pulled this building to its limits over the last 3 years to maximise the heritage retention, and there is nowhere else to turn. A project of this nature would usually take us about 6 months, and that shows the level of detail we've had to go into. Secondly, we do oppose the closure of the entrances along Cantonment Street. This contradicts key urban design principles that are being presented by the city's own city plan, as well as the heritage values of the site. A 100-metre facade cannot function without multiple access points. The skate community is absolutely critical to this story, and we believe everything that they have delivered over this site for 30 to 40 years, and there's no reason why they cannot have a future here, and we are completely supportive of it. But there's also a history before the skate community, where the doors were open to the community who worked in the wool stores. Before this, there were townhouses on the site, and before this, it was traditional land. I can assure you we are forever optimists, but this condition will guarantee the failure of Cantonment Street as an urban street because it will turn its back on the wider community. The proposal as documented will allow the new community to integrate with the skate community and all the other existing stakeholders and neighbours. As any successful street in successful cities manage to do, they will find their natural rhythm, it will evolve, and that will be where the beauty comes. This should be embraced for all and not kept for a few. We believe in this precinct, and this can become part of Fremantle's future, and we're committing to making it happen with everyone that is in this room today. We're completely supportive of many of the views, but we have to turn this into a reality to make a big change for Fremantle, and we will do it with your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, I will go through the proponent team and have them address us, and then if there are questions that remain after that, then we'll call back whoever from the proponent team is best to answer that. So we'll do questions after the proponent team has spoken, if that's okay. Write it down. Okay, Michael Petroni.
Yes, good evening. Good evening. Yes, I represent the architects who've worked on this project for the last 18 months, quite intensively, and over that 18 months we have tirelessly worked with the developers to ensure the viability. The many engineers who've worked on this project to negotiate the many different engineering, fire safety and compliance issues, the community consultations and that have happened over that time to develop a proposal which has been presented before the council for tonight. The unfortunate recommendation for refusal really stems from a misalignment of views of small significance, and I am urging the council to look beyond that technicality of the town planning scheme and seek for approval of the proposal. In regards to the alternative motion, I support the sentiment of the motion. However, I would have to point out that the conditions upon that I would sort of urge you to not go forward with. The idea of not allowing the two openings which are in the motion not to be opened up will severely put a frustration upon the idea of this building actually opening and engaging with the street of Cantonment Street, allowing the activities that are within it to actually spill out and to become part of the wider precinct and the park beyond. The openings which are in question were originally openings to the building. We are not seeking to make any additional openings beyond what was historically the openings into the building. The idea of frustrating these openings goes against the state planning policy number 7, which we're all constantly urged to adopt as principles of good design. They frustrate the ideal of accessibility, of permeability, and eligibility of this building for people approaching it. It becomes frustrating to understand how you would actually access the tenancies that would be actually within the building because you cannot find a particularly direct way of getting within them. They also go against the idea of sustainability, financial sustainability of a retail outlet where there is no door to get into is obviously questioning its viability. Amenity, it will frustrate the amenity of the precinct in front of the safety and also the community diversity. At this point, we support the skating community, but it's really being put forward as the only community activity which really has right of this particular space. We're really looking for a point of diversity that is really shared by all. I also briefly would like to speak to an alternative motion, which is number 3, I think, regarding the on-site location of 3 loading bays. The loading bays are proposed at this point within the public realm, because the access of a wider, taller access vehicle within the building and to provide turning circle for it to leave the building would require an enormous amount of demolition within the building, taking up large amounts of space which would be dead and not able to be activated within the building, and would be hugely detrimental to the development but also the heritage of the building. So I'd urge you not to support that particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And our next speaker is Phil Griffiths.
Thank you, councillors. I haven't been a skateboarder for 50 years, hard to believe, but they've gone by. Look, the key elements of this project are based around retaining a landmark, about conserving and adapting in a fairly gentle manner part of it, and of having to do a bit more of a large-scale intervention in the less significant parts, all of which brings the project together. I've had an 18-year history with this site and watched with some frustration as it's gently and sometimes dramatically deteriorated. We've had a couple of examples recently. What I can assure you is that the project that will be delivered is delivered probably by the best combination of people that could deliver it. And there's a long track record of them producing very important conservation outcomes. One of the great ones was the Treasury building, which I provided the management plan for. And in that, it was recognised, even though there was significant fabric in the postal sorting rooms, they had to go. They were an integral part of the story. But to realise a proper development, they had to and were allowed to go. Same at Victoria House. Also, we've just delivered Curtin Heritage Living, which I think is a pretty outstanding outcome. A consequence of adaptation of large-scale buildings is that there has to be some strategic fabric loss. As I've just mentioned, it has happened in the past, it needs to happen this time. Reading the Heritage Office's report, it's remarkably enthusiastic in support of the project, but it falls over on a matter of policy, and that is for a very small part of the building and a very small element of that indeed. I think this is one of those cases where there's a really strong argument for exercising discretion to get an outcome of this quality. In terms of getting on with business, we've already started charting what needs to be done to conserve the building fabric. So that's an ongoing process, which by the time this project gets on site, we'll be ready to go on the conservation measures. That's being contributed to by the Heritage Council, who are also in support of the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. And Megan Gammon.
Thank you very much. Megan Gammon from Urbis, the planner representing Human Urban tonight. So thank you very much for your time this evening. I think we can all agree in this room that this proposal is one of, if not the, most exciting and long-awaited heritage projects that Fremantle has ever seen. The team before me clearly articulated the strong merit of the proposal, and I don't intend to go through that again. It's obvious. Since Human Urban acquired the site, the team has worked closely with technical experts to ensure a deep understanding of the site conditions, including the building structural condition, which we all know is deteriorating rapidly. The aspiration has always been maximising retention of heritage fabric while delivering authentic uses and an exceptional architectural outcome which balances a variety of conflicting elements. It is a complex project. The outcome presented to you is an excellent conservation and adaptive reuse project. It has been widely praised by the local community, with over 80% of submitters strongly supporting the proposal, which is very rare for something of this scale. It's also been appraised by the architectural community and also the WA Skateboarding Association. This is testament to Human Urban's early and considered engagement process and its willingness to evolve the design to respond to community sentiment, particularly around retention of the skate ramp. Given the presentations before me, I'm really going to target the officer recommendation. We have endured a very positive working relationship with the city over the past couple of years, both with officers, the Design Advisory Committee and the elected members. Through this time, the city officers have been consistent in expressing their broad support for the proposal in nearly every aspect. The extent of uses is aligned with the city's planning framework and all technical matters have been wholly considered and wholly supported. It is for this reason that we express our sincere disappointment at the recommendation being presented to you this evening, which we strongly believe is misaligned with the process today, and the city's view that, on balance, this proposal is fantastic. Unfortunately, this recommendation is driven by one element only, the proposed removal of the structural timber columns on the ground floor of the 50s building, which in the officer's opinion are considered to hold some significance and therefore conflicts with the scheme. This is a technical recommendation for refusal only, which should not be misconstrued with the city's otherwise high level of support. On this point, I wish to really clarify that there's absolutely no statutory or legal impediment to council supporting the proposal and to DAP later approving. This has been confirmed by the city's officers. It's really evident in the city's report and evident by the alternative recommendation being presented, and we've also sought some legal advice around this. It's in this context we urge elected members to consider the broad benefits of the proposal and exercise your discretion. The last point I'll really quickly touch on is the skate ledge. And last, I note the strong engagement which has occurred with the skateboarding community today. Obviously, quite a few are here tonight. And I really highlight that the proposal seeks to retain over 85% of that ledge. We appreciate the community's desire to retain the whole thing, but what has been achieved is an excellent outcome which balances heritage conservation outcomes, so bringing in back those heritage doorways back to the 1927 building, as well as achieving those activation principles. There's been a significant amount of investment by the city, by Human Urban and other landowners in that area to contribute towards that, and so we feel that that condition is at odds with that. So with all that, I thank you for your time tonight and thank you for the officers for the collaborative process to date. We're all here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Megan. All right, councillors, if you've got any questions, we to put to the proponent team. Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question would be to Kyle, I think, is as acting on behalf of the proponent. It's not about the ledge, so don't worry. I'm sort of interested in the co-living component of this application, and it's made mention of throughout the report. Now, the interest is, how much do you see it costing to rent a shared room in the co-living component of the apartment complex?
Oh, they won't be shared rooms, so they're studio apartments, so they're 28 to 30 square metres each. So, you know, someone could live there with a partner if they wanted to, but they're solo rooms, so they don't have shared services.
There is shared service rooms though, isn't there?
Right, it's probably not a planning question relating to any cost of the shared rooms, but if there's a planning aspect you wanted to ask about.
Well, it is a planning aspect because planning costs a lot of money. So all I'm asking is, do you have a rough idea of how much those sort of costs would be?
Yeah, they'll be about $500 a week.
$500 a week. That's it.
Okay.
That was easy, wasn't it?
Councillor Lorber.
Yeah, I don't know who's the best person to answer this, but it is about skateboarding. I appreciate a lot of engagement with the skateboarding community by Human Urban and the commitment to, hopefully maintaining this as a use going into the future. Personally, though, when I imagine what's going to happen there on the site, I'm pretty impressed, and I'm thinking it'll be overall positive. But I struggle to see how skateboarding and like alfresco dining or people walking dogs really can coexist. So I actually went through the perspectives that were sent through, and I didn't actually see one that showed skateboarding with uses in that area. It had, tables, it had chairs, people sitting, walking their dog. So I'm just kind of wondering how you envision those kinds of activities coexisting, like with active skateboarding.
Sure. I mean, it's probably worth taking a step back and just considering. So when we talk about the start of a project like this, as I touched on, there's 40 to 45,000 square metres of space. So if you put BHP Tower on its side, it's not far off that. So this is a seriously large building. When we first acquired the buildings 3 years ago, we actually went through a design competition with 4 architects, 3 of them Fremantle-based, and the entire scheme was residential. So build-to-sell apartments, they all get sold in the open market. After we started engaging with the skating community, there were some key program moves that were made to ensure that they could stay on that ledge. That's why the co-living has been put to that side, because as you can appreciate, if someone's living in a studio, they're probably there for 6 months or 12 months, but they're not an owner that is frustrated by the noise. They're just part of an urban fabric. Usually they're a bit more youthful. And then on the 1920s building, the first 3.5 levels is all commercial office. So again, we're not going to have those same issues. So the entire concept of how we've actually come up with this project has been to take into account that the ledge is on that bottom rung. If it hadn't been, we wouldn't be doing co-living and office. We'd be doing residential over the whole thing, similar to what has been done at Heirloom. And this goes back to, I guess, the commentary I was making. Like, this has to be broken up in so many ways to make this work, and all of them are on a knife's edge of working. And it might feel like, you know, we can make changes and make adjustments. You know, the comment that $7 million is a cheap, it is not a cheap value. The building is falling down. If you go into Google Maps, you'll see the roof's caving in. There's asbestos, there's problems everywhere, there's structural issues everywhere. We've made every move we possibly can to ensure, and I can say this very clearly, that there has to be an element of trust as a developer that has made moves to allow the skating community to stay, but we need this project to happen, because what I can say, this building is uninsurable. If we don't get this moving and it is not viable, there is no choice. We can't even leave it as it is now. The whole thing will get boarded up. It's not a threat. It's nothing like that. We've got a team that has spent 3 years tirelessly trying to make this work.
Okay.
So we think it can work. It can work at the ground floor because it happens in many cities.
All right, thank you. Councillors, any further questions before we get into debate? Councillor Mofflin looks like he's thinking, but...
Yeah.
Councillor Mofflin.
Thank you for the prompt. I suppose it's a follow-up question from Councillor Lorvers in regards to the openings and how you actually, you know, we've heard from the skating community about how the continuity is important, and that with the openings that causes that to break up. How do you actually see that functioning as a working space for the skating community with those openings there?
So there's probably been a couple of detailed discussions, and I think it was raised by maybe Zach or Jack. But we've had discussions with the skating community about whether they would possibly take a retail space, because then they control what they're doing there. I mean, that's one of the key components as well. But the reality is that the skaters are not there all the time. I mean, we obviously see the buildings, we drive past them all the time. And this goes back to the critical point that there is a wider community here. So I think there are possibilities that when they're highly active, that the uses that will be there. I mean, we know that if we put a retailer in there, that they're going to be concerned about the reality of what's going to occur there. But they're not going to come in and say we're getting rid of the skate community. It just won't happen. That's not how we believe urban environments evolved. And there will be entries, and they need to be there. But maybe, and we've discussed that there are times when maybe we have an hour or two where it is completely shut and open. Like, those things are possible. The reality is that we've got a long journey to go on this project, and we're open to making it work.
Thank you. All right. Let's get into the debate then. So I'm proposing to move the alternative motion to kick us off rather than the officer's recommendation. I'm also going to include in that the proposed amendment by officers. So on your additional documents, it's pages 3 and 4. And 4, if you remember back to our briefing session, councillors, was some concerns raised about some of the wording around who would be approving what. So it's fairly, it's not a very exciting amendment. It's just something that needs to be tidied up. So I'm proposing to move that way. Councillor Williamson Wong would like to second that. All right. I'm going to keep my opening comments fairly brief and address anything else that comes up in closing. I want to start with what is great about this development. While acknowledging that the officers did not really have a choice other than to recommend that they went the way that they did under policy. And I think if you read their report, you can see that they've given great consideration to the merits of this proposal, and they've certainly given us an easy way to move in the alternative. What's great about this proposal is that it addresses, and I think a couple of people raised it tonight, one of the biggest challenges we have in Fremantle, which is a disconnect between buildings that are sitting there doing nothing to very little. I appreciate the outside of the building is providing a skate ledge, but it is an awful lot of space, as we've heard, that is doing very little right now. And increasing gentrification, where our demographics are getting older, and there's nothing wrong with the people in this demographic, but 65 plus is our biggest growing demographic. We've got many people living one person to a 300 to 400 square metre dwelling. That is not going to make a great city. It does not make a great city. People lament the decline of retail, and one of the things that creates exciting retail is foot traffic. Now, Thursday through Saturday, we do a great job activating Fremantle, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it is very quiet. And that is a major problem that we can only address through increasing our population. So we're doing big work around, what's wrong with you guys? Is Councillor Williamson wrong? We're doing big work around the city plan to increase the number of people living in the city, but what we need is runs on the board, and this development will give us runs on the board. It will be a sign to everyone else in our community that you can do great developments in Fremantle. What we love about this is it's not just luxury apartments, and I can appreciate that is what some people might want to do. It presents housing diversity, and the co-living product, very common in other cities, not so common in Perth. As usual, we're WA wait a while. It's addressing one of our biggest challenges, which is where are students, where are young professionals, where are people going to downsize to? There's an absolute challenge there that's not being met by the market. It is saving an incredible heritage building. Like it is, yes, every piece of fabric can't be maintained, but it is doing an incredible job of what will present to all of the streets surrounding it as a great heritage outcome. And I guess, beyond the fabric of this, there's a collaborative approach that we've seen to date and that we expect to see going forward that will deliver, I think, a really incredible way of doing business and a very Freo way of doing business in the city. So we absolutely applaud, I absolutely applaud the proponent for all of that. We heard about previous proposals. The fact is previous proposals were never built. They were never economic. Nobody could ever get them to stack up. It's all very well to draw things on a plan, but if you can't build it, it's not worth very much at all. When we are here debating the number of openings on the side of a building, we probably know that we're in a really good place. We know that we've got a building and a development that addresses all the big concerns, all the, those of you who are frequent flyers at Planning Committee will know that there is, sometimes some fairly significant concerns. We are not here talking about scale. We're not here talking about bulk. We are talking about the number of openings in my view anyway, the number of openings on the side of the building. Not unlike the state buildings that I think have one opening along the Barrack Street side and work quite well in my view. I think there is a way we can deal with it. I just worry about the interaction between people trying to come in and out of the building and skateboarders moving at speed. And I cannot see how that will work. I've stood down at the ledge a number of times now, and it's very impressive, but also quite scary. And I guess what I wouldn't want to see is that we're designing a dangerous interaction between pedestrians and skateboarders that then creates outrage in the community. But we are debating a very small point here in what is overall a proposal to approve the building. What needs to also be better, and we fully acknowledge this as a city, is the streetscape, and we absolutely want to come to the party on creating an amazing streetscape through the whole cantonment, Goldsworthy, Point Street area. That's our job, as well as working with the proponents, and we know that that will help that whole area lift. So I'll stop there and go to Councillor Williamson-Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to start with a question for Director of Planning, but it does require a bit of context setting, so stick with me, everyone. Under the local planning scheme, demolition is only to be supported if satisfied that the building or structure has limited or no cultural heritage significance, as we know. The officer's heritage assessment was based on the Heritage Council's 2014 Statement of Significance that the Wool Stores has cultural significance as a utilitarian warehouse that is a symbol of the Australian wool industry and the distinctive way of life in Fremantle as a port city. Under Schedule 2, Clause 11 of the Planning Development Local Scheme Regulations, which set out the deemed provisions of all local planning schemes, it specified that despite any existing assessment on record, the local government may require a heritage assessment to be carried out prior to the approval of any development proposed in a heritage area or in respect of a place entered in the heritage list. Given the extensive engagement by the WA Skate Association and the many discussions that have occurred in relation to the ledge throughout the last couple of years, I had expected that a thorough consideration of the cultural significance of the ledge would have been included in the reports before us tonight. Given that context, my question more directly is, why was there no direction given to require a heritage assessment of the ledge, or why is there not a thorough consideration of the cultural significance included?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. My understanding is that the heritage assessment was very thorough. I imagine it didn't rate to that point of cultural significance. It certainly has a social value, and that's appreciated. The Heritage Council of Western Australia did look at it as well, and it recommended that it's acknowledged in the interpretation strategy rather than the continuation of the use. My understanding is that there was consideration given. It just didn't get to the level that perhaps some people would like.
Thank you. Councillor Williams-Wong, did you want to follow on from there? Okay. Councillors, over to you. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. Obviously, I've got an amendment which I suspect might be best if I move later, if that's okay. So I'll just speak on the motion that's on the floor as it is. This one's been a very long one for me because I'd probably been dealing with this matter since the early 1990s, and there is really only one perfect solution, and that is to put back a active wool operation into the building. That is what a pure heritage outcome is. You put the original land use back. That's the perfect solution. Every other solution is going to be somewhat of, not necessarily a compromise, but a compilation of the different types of heritage outcomes that are available to all of us through the Borough Charter. And I think we need to remember that, because there are so many professionals in this room and so many well-intended and professional comments that have been made, which I can understand and agree to a degree, but that doesn't make them the only solution or the perfect solution. It just makes them one of the possibilities, and I want to emphasise that. My memory of this whole street goes back to when I was just a very small child. My parents thought that child minding in those days involved leaving your kids in the back of the Holden station wagon in Cantonment Street, watching the wool bales come in and out of the building. I can assure you most of the doors were shut almost always. It was very rare that any door was ever opened in that building during operations. That all happened through one or two openings. But the reality is we've already lost the biggest part of the wool stores, the overall wool stores, and that was the bit that was opposite Target and the like. So it's incredibly sad. I mean, I wish we still had those. So it is particularly important that we do conserve what we have left. I also want to emphasise that this proposal is incredibly beneficial compared to other ones that I've seen. So having been through that process of sitting with lawyers in the building, probably one of the only people in this room that's walked through that entire building legally, and it's definitely was an eye opener back then in the about the 2011 or whenever it was. But the reality is even prior to that, there have been so many attempts to get this building redeveloped. And even in my experience, I know that what we were talking about back in 2010, 11, 12 was very much about trying to deal with the owner's view of that building back then. Now, the 1927 building was going to be carved up into individual hotel rooms. What we're seeing now is a proposal that does what I had always dreamed would happen, which is that the 1927 forest of beautiful Jarrah columns, that amazing internal space, would be at least celebrated as far as reasonably possible with a new building. So instead of being carved up into little office areas or hotel areas or residential buildings or the like, this applicant has found a land use that actually does that. And I think that is one of the most important parts of this proposal. So I want to commend them for that. And the fact that the compromise, if you like, of doing that is that you then put the residential above it is something that I, perhaps a little bit reluctantly, am actually prepared to accept, because it's a balancing act. It is a balancing act between trying to celebrate the best parts of the buildings, but also make it possible to actually achieve a heritage outcome. I also want to commend the sympathetic arrangement of the land uses, as was being discussed previously by the applicant. There have been plenty of proposals that just saw a 100% residential conversion of this building, whether it was by the state government putting social housing in there, whether it was a combination of hotel and high-end apartments or the like. And back in the mid 2000s, the greatest concern was that those sorts of activities, those sorts of high-end residential, would put incredible demand on buildings like, or functions like Clancy's over the road and the like, and the skating activity and anything else that might be able to happen in the park. So what this application does, which is particularly beneficial, is utilises the different land uses, both horizontally and vertically, in a way that actually, I think, goes as far as reasonably possible to protect the diversity of activities that's going to happen in the park over the road, in the street below, and around the precinct more generally. It also, as has been said, provides great diversity in terms of the types of residential in the city, the sorts of combinations of things that we need. When we did the economic development strategy in 2012, one of the things we were desperate to achieve was more office floor space. This delivers some of that. None of the other developments, almost exclusively, except for very small amounts, have been able to deliver that high-end office floor plate. And so there's combinations of those things which really need to be highlighted. And I wanted to highlight them because we are spending a lot of time on the skateability of Cantonment Street, and that's important, but there are other aspects of this development that are equally important. I also have to say that, I was not a great fan of the development that went through the SAT in the 2012. It was basically saying the 1927 building, sorry, the 1950s and 60s buildings would be completely gutted. My recollection was that the facades would all go as well and get rebuilt, and then basically all of the internal areas would go. I have always been very keen that we would see a development that did keep at least some of the internal structure of the 1950s and 60s buildings. And I held on to that view for at least a decade and a half. I still believe it would be a better outcome if that was to occur, but is that the thing that's going to stop me from supporting this development? No, it's not. At some stage, we have to accept the balance of the outcome that is being proposed. And, you know, I'm more, and we all should be more focused on the 1927 building. And because the conservation of that is at a very high level, I am prepared to let go of my original perspective as a professional and as a councillor and as a member of the community. We tried everything possible to try and get this building redeveloped in the 2010 to 2020 period. We even, and I have to share this with you, with the previous owner, sat down with them and said, what will it take? What do we have to do? What is the scheme amendment that we have to pass to get this development, this building redeveloped? And even when it was suggested, perhaps tongue-in-cheek, perhaps not, that they could hollow out the 1960s building and put a 30-storey tower there, they were still saying, nah, that's not what we want to do. We want to knock down the building and we want to put development that's very similar to the QV building up on the corner. So we've come a long way from that. We've got a much, much, much better outcome than we would have got with Jim McGinty's social housing proposal or with Camilla Holdings' hotel proposal or the like. And they don't come along that often, and that's why we need to support this one as it is and as it's proposed. Thank you. And I'll move my amendment later.
Thanks, Councillor Sullivan. Councillor Lorber?
Yeah, I'll also flag that I've got an amendment that I'll move later if that's okay, and speak to it at that time. I want to thank the Mayor and the staff and everyone for putting this alternative recommendation before us. I think it's a great potential way forward. And I won't repeat anything that the Mayor or Councillor Sullivan has said so eloquently. You know, I'm a pretty simple person, and I just think how great would it be to have two places where we can sit and watch our working port. You know, have a different perspective. We've got Gage Roads right now, but with this tavern, we'd have another potential place to watch that happen. I just wanted to point out in the report, I know we all read this, but you know, it pointed out that there hadn't been any changes made throughout the application process to this application. And I don't want the proponent of this to think that any potential changes made here tonight on conditions or that are really, or recommendations for conditions, is not to be frustrating or not to be contrary, but it's just responding to the community in a way that I think elected members and we're required to do. So I just wanted to point that out. You know, I don't think anyone here wants to see the development not go forward, but we also want to be responsive to the community in a way that this chamber allows. So that's pretty much what I want to say on the item as it is, and I'll move my amendment at a later time. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Archibald? Sorry, yeah, Councillor Archibald.
Thank you. I would just like to comment that I do support the application that's come to us. I think it offers an amazing opportunity to have this entire site developed in a sort of holistic, collaborative and integrated manner. So that kind of thing I don't think comes along very often. And to also have it done with an intent to have a fairly high quality, well, very high quality outcome for the site. I think Andrew's already said lots of very positive things about the site, so I won't reiterate any of those things. But I just wanted to make a comment about the skateboarding, and I did go down to a site meeting with the skateboarders, and I have been past that site many times just as a local resident, as have many of my colleagues here, I'm sure, and I've taken photos of the graffiti down there, and it's just been amazing stuff. I mean, in fact, I was very sad when the pink dingo disappeared, because that was just an amazing piece of art. But one of the things that I feel very strongly about, I remember having a conversation with a woman called Joan Domisay, who used to be the chair of ICOMOS Australia. ICOMOS is the top heritage body in Australia. She was here in Fremantle, and one of the things that she said was the toughest thing that we have to face is making sure we keep these buildings relevant and keep them occupied, and that often will mean a new use, and it has to move on. So I kind of feel that the old building, the 1927 building, really does have a very beautiful facade. It is the most significant component of the entire site. And to not open those doors to Cantonment Street, to me, would be an enormous shame, because the whole point of having those doors open again would be to revitalise that facade and bring back a flow of traffic in and out of that building again. Now, I know the proponents have offered to keep all the skateboarding ledges there, except for the bits where the doors are. So it does mean that from time to time skateboarders can go down there and enjoy that part of the building, but I think it would be a great shame not to open those doors up and to give back some integrity to that original facade that was there before. So for that reason, I would be asking the Mayor, when we come to the motions, that we move that particular part of it separately, so that those of us who might want to vote differently on that can do so. So with all of that, I do think this is a fantastic opportunity for the city to have this whole site revitalised, and I'm looking forward to seeing it getting up and away again, if it gets through tonight and also through the JDAP process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Archibald, and I'm happy to do that. Councillor Moughlin?
Thank you. And yeah, I'll be brief on my comments and be clear from the start that I'm fully supportive of the alternative motion that's before us. You know, this is a landmark site for Fremantle and for Western Australia, and if there has been a more exciting or significant development in this city in my time here, I must have been asleep. This is huge and vitally important for Fremantle. And I know we've spoken about the building itself and the opportunity that's coming for it, but the catalytic effect of this development, I don't think can be overstated. It's a part of Fremantle where we've been seeking development for a significant amount of time, and the opportunity that comes from this building is, you know, as I said, can't be overstated. The one point that I want to pick up on in regards to my support for the alternative and the you know, maintenance, if you like, of the integrity of the ledge and the closing of those openings. The skaters, if you like, have really been the custodians of this building for the last 40 or so years, and it has, you know, that space has helped to build the community that we see here tonight. And, you know, skating has been an activity that has been pushed to the margins of urban spaces, and if you like, you know, to the true sense of the word, marginalised. And I think it's incumbent upon us to support this community to maintain their home and their, you know, as it was described tonight, their heart, and ensure that the integrity is maintained and that there will be a long-lived community well beyond the generations that have been here today, and hence my full support for the alternative motion.
Thank you, Councillor Moughlin. Councillor Williamson-Wong?
I'm going to thank everyone for sticking with me, because I apologise, I'm not going to be as brief as Councillor Moughlin. But I really echo the broad support for this development from all the other elected members who've spoken already tonight. And I'll just state that I'm very excited for the development proposal that's in front of us. It is a huge opportunity for our city, and it's going to it presents a fantastic outcome for the activation of our city centre. I think in particular the co-living accommodation is exciting, and I look forward to this new housing typology that also encourages building community through its design, which we haven't seen in Western Australia yet. The heritage assessments from the applicant, the Heritage Council of WA and the city officers all refer to the cultural significance of the wool stores, and this is obviously not being denied. It is a reminder of our past history and it should be protected. But the elephant in the room is most obviously the skate ledge. It appears that the cultural heritage significance of the skate ledge is missing from the city's heritage assessments to some degree. The only reference in our heritage assessment is that social value will be conserved with the retention of the loading platform. If we look at the Heritage Act, cultural heritage significance means aesthetic, historical and social value for individuals or groups within Western Australia. It may be embodied in a place itself and in any of its fabric, settings, and uses. Importantly, a place may have diverse values for different individuals or groups. I think that it's critical we consider the continuing story and heritage of Fremantle, in Fremantle, being that of the skateboarding community. What we choose to assign heritage value is reflective of what we value as a community. It's not stagnant, nor should it be a snapshot in time. Rather, it's constantly evolving and happening around us. Both physical and cultural heritage are about relationships to places and spaces over time. This was a working wool store, and the social value of that has been reflected. But what is not reflected or considered is that it continues to be relevant as an important skateboarding location. As Councillor Moughlin pointed out, the skateboarding community have been custodians of this site for the last 40 years. And we know from their incredibly meticulous advocacy and work through the WA Skate Association that the Woolies Ledge is not just legendary among the WA community, but it is also world-renowned. And I would like to note that the advocacy of WA Skate Association has been exemplary, and that throughout this entire process they have been mature and diligent in their engagement, and as evidenced tonight, they have brought their community alongside them. The ledge is culturally significant because it has created incredible social value, clearly evidenced through the diverse group of people who've given up their Wednesday to come along tonight. It's the fabric, setting, and use of the space that creates this. The information in front of us in the reports seems to suggest that skateboarding has little or has no social or cultural heritage worth protecting. But, as I said before, if heritage values reflect community values, and we are here to reflect community values, then it's open to us to conclude that there is cultural significance in the skate use. And if we agree that there is cultural significance, then it would follow, given the provisions of the LPS, that demolition would not be supported. The proposal currently presents an 85% retention of the ledge, which is a great outcome. And I would also echo something that I read in one of the reports, and I apologise, I can't remember which exact document it came from, but to say that HU have set a precedent for engagement with stakeholders. But what's understandably not in the report is that the 15% that's being removed is the most skatable portion. And as above, it's the use itself that is a big part of what makes this place culturally significant. If we sidestep slightly and look at the Borough Charter, which is a guiding document as a standard of practice for people who make decisions about places of cultural significance, I want to bring us to a couple of provisions. I know Zach pointed out one earlier, but I have actually, I think 2 others are useful. Clause 5.1 says that conservation of a place should take into consideration all aspects of cultural significance without unwarranted emphasis on any one value at the expense of another. And clause 15.4 says, if a place includes fabric or uses of different periods or different aspects of cultural significance, emphasising or interpreting one period or aspect at the expense of another can only be justified when what is left out, removed or diminished is of slight cultural significance, and that which is emphasised is of much greater cultural significance. On that reading of the Borough Charter, it's obvious that without the amendment of Condition 49, the approval is prioritising one set of cultural values over another. Preserving the built heritage of the wool stores by taking it back to its original form as much as possible is important. And the proposal is commendable in the way that it works with the existing building to create fantastic heritage outcomes. But it does not fully respond to the cultural significance of the ledge. While it retains the 85% of the built form, it irreversibly changes the use of the space, which again is a big part of what makes it culturally significant. While there's no legislative requirement to use the Borough Charter, the officers have already used it to form their report, and given we're a town that prides itself on being one of good design and strong community, I think it would be a very bad look if we chose to ignore it. The amendment put forward in the alt-rec supports an outcome that follows the Borough Charter and balances the cultural significance of both the wool industry and the skateboarding community. And I also do think it will create a fantastic built outcome. We've heard mention of the state or treasury buildings already tonight, and when I think about exemplary heritage projects that have been delivered, that's one of them. This team have also they were responsible for that, and those retail and hospitality tenancies are available via those central corridors. While Carl put to us that closing the openings would turn its back on the community, I would respectfully say that by pedestrianising those openings, the existing community and the activation that already exist on the street would be excluded. There are also many examples of places where skateboarding exists within the city precinct. This includes South Bank in London and MACBA in Barcelona, where skating has been embraced with an understanding that this community also creates safer city centres. It's open to us to find that there is more than one culturally significant aspect to the wool stores. It's undeniable that it's significant as a reminder of our working port history, but it's also abundantly clear that there is ongoing cultural significance in the skate community. I feel proud to live in a city that has always played a huge role in telling the stories of people who live and play here. From our First Nations history to the way that we weave in the colonial stories and are constantly looking at emerging history through our diverse community. In Freo, we know firsthand that history is not still. As someone said before, we do things differently here. We're a place that want to tell the stories of the many different people who've lived here over time. And the rich and ongoing skateboarding community is part of that history. We have a chance tonight to support this and to place value in another diverse aspect of part of our community. To me, voting against the amendment tonight would mean saying that we are valuing one aspect of cultural significance over another. This is a significant opportunity to recognise, celebrate and embrace the diverse history and stories of our community and the wool stores, both in the past and ongoing. I will be voting for the alt-rec and the amendment tonight, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. We have one chance to protect this ledge and to honour the evolving history of the wool stores. History is not still or stagnant, so what are we going to choose to value?
Thank you, Councillor Williamson-Wong. I'll just note that I think by the amendment you mean the alternative motion incorporating point 39.
Yes.
We are not yet on any amendments,
That
so
is what I mean.
there will be amendments to come. Councillor Kamada. I think your mic has turned.
I took it off by accident. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to say something, and I will take that opportunity because this really is such an important project, as you know, it's quite clear by the number of people in the room. And I remember back in 2016 when I made a decision to, and I'm not sure if it's a good decision or not, but to run for council, and we had a forum at the Hilton Bowling Club, which Mayor Fitzharding will remember, where we were speaking to the residents of that area for the Beaconsfield Ward, and this was one of the issues that was raised, and it was talked about how this particular part of Fremantle lacked care, and it was considered by some to be an eyesore on the landscape of the city. And I don't think anyone in this room is against the revitalisation of this particular building in this part of Fremantle. And we spoke about the fact that ships would come in and people would cross the bridge that once existed there, and this is what they were presented with. And as we know, previous opportunities have failed for various reasons, but now we have a proposal that stacks up well when you consider the complexities involved and given the need to satisfy the regulatory requirements as well as an engaged community. And we can see that tonight, and I thank all that have come in here tonight and given us their various perspectives on the way this should go, and it just shows how complex it is. While I feel that there are some elements that ideally you would be part of the picture, such as the 1950s building, retaining more of that, it's been explained to us tonight why that is so difficult. So I've gone on both sides of the argument, toed and froed, but overall on balance I feel that this development is an exciting step forward in the rejuvenation of this particular part of Fremantle and the precinct, and the continued evolution of this city overall. So I thank you for bringing this forward, Mayor Fitzharding, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. When I first saw the glossy press release of this interpretation of the building, it was on the Channel 9 News, and Tomo was very excited about it. So I thought, this must be pretty good because everybody loves Tomo, right? So a lot of young people here, most you don't remember that, but anyway. But look, this is the first time as a council we've got to speak on this proposal. And I've had a few concerns, and mine are around the co-living. 12 months ago, co-living and pod developments was something that most of us sitting around the table had never heard of. And now we've got 2 pod developments, one approved, one in the pipeline, and 2 co-living developments, this one on the table and another one talked about on the corner of James Street and Queen Victoria Street. And I just don't know whether they are what Fremantle really needs. I mean, the pod developments, backpackers, co-living, upmarket youth hostels, you know, I just don't really know whether you're going to get the people you expect, particularly, this is a $110 million development. And the reason for my question on how much a week somebody would pay, you know, to get money back on a $110 million development, I think they're going to be more than $600, $700 a week. And if there's a student at Notre Dame doing a physio degree or a law degree, they can afford that sort of money. They've got very, very wealthy parents. But anyway, so I've listened to everyone tonight, and it's been terrific to be able to have this debate, if you call it a debate, in the chamber, because we actually haven't had a chance to do it anywhere else. We did have a briefing on this, where I did ask the question about why wasn't full residential development considered, and I pretty well got much the same response, and the fact that car parking was going to be the killer. Well, car parking didn't kill the Heirloom project, didn't kill Liv, didn't kill Little Lane, didn't kill the Match building, you know. So these things could be worked through. So when I came here tonight, I'm thinking, yes, will the hand go up or will the hand stay down? But thankfully, I've held off on my chat because I respect the people from Human Urban, Urbis, and the architects, because I know most of them anyway, and they're all very highly respected and they've always done a great job. And Councillor Sullivan also put it in perspective for me. The co-living perhaps was a little bit more easier to understand and take. So having said all that, I've sort of come back to the conclusion, even though I'm not totally excited about it. I'd be more excited if it was full residential. I don't know how Tomo would think, but anyway, I'll leave it at that, and I will be supporting it.
Thanks. Councillor Van Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, just want to thank you for your alternate recommendation, which I will be supporting, and appreciate you moving it in 2 parts with the conditions separately, which I will focus my discussion on the condition, but also just want to thank everyone for coming along, all the speakers, the skateboarding community. It's really clear how much this space means to you, and I think you have kept the building alive. So thank you for your custodianship, and thank you to all the members of our community, the Chamber of Commerce, the Heritage Society, Carl, Ken, and the applicant and the proponent, and everyone coming tonight. It's been great to hear from you all. And I think everything's been said. I would like to repeat everything. I think Councillor Sullivan, the Mayor, Councillor Archibald, and all the good things that have been said about this development, 100% agree. And I can say on the co-living, there is definitely, it is about housing choice and having an affordable housing, and it's a very popular type of housing, and there's a lot of demand for it, similar to the Nightingale model, and people want that sort of communal living, and it provides some affordability, but also opportunities for socialisation. So it's a great addition to the development, so I really commend you on that, and I commend you all for your inputs and design and everything. So I'll just focus on this condition. So I'm not able to support this condition, and I think, and respectfully, Councillor Williamson Wong, I don't think it is about putting one value over another. I think the development and design has balanced that really well in terms of all the heritage values and what you've retained. And I appreciate that. And my concern with removing those doors, my concern, I feel like those commercial uses with those openings is key to the activation of the building. I really do. It's going to bring the people in, and then the residential sort of extent along Cantonment Street. I mean, residential uses just they're not known as activating uses. They're not. At all. So I do think it's key. And whilst we talk about the Treasury building and it's worked there, it is a different context and a different building. But my mind doesn't go to the Treasury building. My mind goes to the Wool stores next door, which we lost the Heritage building. But one of my greatest disappointments or frustrations with that building, where the old Coles building was when you walked along Cantonment and all those commercial uses were closed along Cantonment Street. They had appeared to be designed with openings, and yet they were closed. And I honestly believe that undermined that building in terms of the activation of Fremantle and bringing people in. And it undermined the commercial uses in there, the commercial tenancies. That's where my mind goes, and I'd like to see maximum activation of that frontage. And I do understand, the feasibility, commercial tenants, getting them in, and what makes a business work. And I think closing it off to the street would really undermine what could be achieved with that space. And I do love the idea if one of the skateboarding retailers could move in there and just, really claim that space, would be amazing for everyone. And I hope that the skateboarding community will continue to use the space and ledge. And if there's enough of you, I'm sure you can, everyone else will use the other entrances. But thank you very much. And I think, I'll just reiterate what the architect said tonight, and just in terms of planning, I think those openings are key to achieving those design principles of legibility, permeability, accessibility, and also it does enhance the heritage values or the retention. So thank you, that's all from me.
Thanks, Councillor Van Dawson. All right, more or less everyone has spoken on the motion on the table, and we have two amendments, one from Councillor Sullivan and one from Councillor Lorver. So Councillor Lorver, you've got your light on, presumably you'd like to move your amendment?
Yes, please. I also just point out Councillor Thompson hasn't spoken on the substantive item yet, so if it comes to it.
He hasn't offered to either.
Yes, I'd like to move the amendment, please. But if I could on this, the going back and forth, it was about providing a minimum of 3 loading service bays, because the scheme requires 15.
I'm just going to check you've got a seconder for this one.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think we've got a seconder for this one. So we might go to Councillor Sullivan's amendment then.
Madam Mayor, I guess I'll seek a seconder after moving it myself.
Yep, so we can see it on the screen there, and this is in relation to the public art and heritage works. Do we have a seconder for this one? Councillor Williamson Wong. Back to you, Councillor Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you. This is really just adding, I guess, a note to emphasise what is already on the books anyway. We have an artwork in public places and heritage works policy. It's always implemented for large developments. The 1% does need to be contributed. It's a type, we were one of the first in WA to bring it forward, but it is now incredibly entrenched in development ethos, planning ethos, across the state now and across Australia, obviously. And so it must continue to happen. I think in recent time there has been some kind of need to try or desire to try and relax the way the money can be used. I think even our own city officers have tried it from time to time on our own developments. So I get it. People would like to see the money used for more mundane things like pavers and lighting and those sort of things. But the percent for art is something that is critically important in a city like Fremantle, and we should continue to protect it. This motion really is just emphasising that, but it also seeks to emphasise that it's not something that would just be arbitrarily utilised. It won't be frittered away. It will be something that will genuinely be able to contribute and enhance the public environment in and around Cantonment Street and Princess May Park and the development site. It's the curtilage of the development site. But it is also because of the way our particular policy is written that currently still includes heritage outcomes. It can also be used in a way that could seek to enhance the heritage interpretation of the area, whether that be commemorating and highlighting the wall activities, highlighting the former school functions that used to occur over the road in the boys and girls schools in Princess May Park, highlighting the internationally recognised skateboarding heritage of the site, and any other number of opportunities, and whether that's through artwork or it's through heritage works, typically interpretation works, or combinations of both of those things. It is something that we need to emphasise has to happen. So I wanted it to be abundantly clear so that position wasn't sort of brought into question later on, as it has been in a couple of developments just recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Perhaps I can just ask for an officer clarification. So were we not to have this amendment, what would have been the approach to public art in the recommendation?
Through the Chair, it would be exactly the same. This advice note really just sets Council's expectation for the applicant about how the contribution may be spent, and that it isn't for standard streetscape works as they are proposing.
All right, thank you. On the amendment, anyone further? All right, I'm going to put the amendment to a vote. All those in favour of the amendment? And that's unanimous, I believe. No, sorry. So all those in favour and against, and Councillor Van Dawson against, and that's carried. And we'll go back to the item as now amended. So if anyone, I think Councillor Thompson hasn't spoken on the item, he is welcome to. Councillor Lawver, you've got a question?
Yeah, a couple of questions. I just was seeking some clarification from officers about the provisional loading bays proposed in the street. Are those subject to a separate process to be approved?
Through the Chair, there is a condition of approval that requires they be provided. They will need to go through a proper approval process with our infrastructure team to ensure the dimensions and specifications are to our satisfaction, but it'll be at their cost.
Okay, and so if that just falls over for some reason, then that obviously this will have no loading bays, and what would happen to the application?
Through the Chair, I believe the alternative motion is as written with these additional conditions. So in the officer's alternative recommendation in the RAR, that condition is included now, which is consistent with what's being proposed here. But yes, if for some reason council decided to remove that condition, or DAP in future remove that condition, there wouldn't be external loading bays.
Great, thank you. All right, I guess it's just down to me to close, and then we'll go to a vote. I guess really in closing, I would remind everyone that this is not the end of the planning approval process for this item. It does need to go to a JDAP meeting. We don't know when that's scheduled for as yet. We do know the report is due next week. I'd also point out for everyone's interest that councils will no longer have a role in sending things to JDAP. It will go straight from the officers to JDAP, and in this instance, you know, it would have been a different recommendation that went forward to JDAP. We think it's hugely important for the local community to have a say in these matters, and I think you do too by turning up here tonight. So it's really kind of, it's bittersweet tonight to be able to have something on the screen that we have collaborated on, and, you know, through our connection and communication with the community, that we think represents the broader views of Fremantle. As of May, we will no longer have that ability. It will go straight from planning officers who are constrained by the technical limitations of their job. Doesn't mean they're doing a bad job, it just means they need to apply policy as it's written. What it means to us is we need to make sure the rules are written better, and I won't give a big dissertation on this now, but you can expect that we would need to look at things like our scheme to make sure it's abundantly clear what the community expects from development in Fremantle. Anyway, I'll get off my JDAP high horse, although it is just quite upsetting to think that we won't be having these conversations with our community anymore because we won't be allowed to have a comment in the planning process. In summary tonight, I think the thing I would say is that perfect can be the enemy of progress. Everyone wants a little bit more of something, or a little bit less of something, or a little bit of something to be different, but actually progress is the most important thing here. And what we're going to get here is an incredible amount of progress in developing the city centre, in sending a signal to other people as to how it should be done, and commending the engagement work that's gone on the entire way through this development. We often meet with proponents before they submit their DA, and it's great for us to be able to hold up an example and say, if you want to gain public support, this is how you should be doing it. And I think this is one of the ones where that's been exemplar. What it means is we're getting down to details about the number of openings. This is not a packed gallery saying don't build this 30-storey building in our neighbourhood. We really are at a point where it is the smaller details, although they're very significant to the skateboarding community, that we are debating. So overall, just would like to commend everyone's participation in the process and the way everyone has conducted themselves. Okay, I think we are now going to put this to a vote. So I've been asked to move it in two parts. So the first bit I'll be moving is the alternative motion for to support the approval. And the second part is the condition 39. Yes, it does. So just to be clear, including the officer amendment that was on page 4 when we moved it. Yep. So the overall approval first up, condition 39 second.
Make it perfectly clear, it's the overall approval with the amendment, but not with part 39, and then
part 39 on its own. Yep. Everyone clear? Know what we're voting on? All right, so all those in favour of the motion for approval, and that is Councillors Thompson, Van Dawson, Sullivan, Williamson, Wong, Fitzharding. Sorry? I said that. Councillor Lorber, Councillor Kamada, Councillor Mofflin, Councillor Graham and Councillor Archibald. So that's unanimous. And condition 39, all of those in favour. That's Councillors Sullivan, Williamson, Wong, Fitzharding, Lorber and Mofflin. And against, that's Councillors Archibald, Graham, Kamada, Van Dawson and Thompson. I'm going to stick with the motion as it is on the screen and support that. And so that is also carried. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I need to be clear on that. That's a casting vote to approve condition 39. This will go to JDAP as well, so just be aware of that. Thank you all for coming tonight. And you clear on what's happened? Yeah. So you've got your approval, condition 39 is included. Thanks. I'll give you a minute to get out of the gallery, but we do have a full agenda remaining. Thank you. Good work. All right, folks, if you're here for the other items, I'd love you to come. I'd love you to sit down, make yourself comfortable. Bathrooms, should anyone need them, out behind the lifts there. Water, I believe, at the end of the room here. Councillor Sullivan, would you do me a favour and close those doors behind you? Might be on Human Evans. All right, people, thank you for your patience tonight. It is a very big planning agenda and we appreciate, we hope it's been entertaining, but we appreciate for those of you who have other items on the agenda, it's been a while. So we will go now to the second item on our agenda, which is, I'm looking at the wrong piece of paper here, so it's not a great start, which is the South Street number 228, change of use to lunch bar. I've got a number of people listed to speak on this. Again, we will keep you to the 2-minute timer if we can, because we're just conscious that there are people here for the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th items as well. So kicking us off on that one, I've got Alexis and David Keynes.
Hello. My name is David and I've lived at 23 Stoke Street since 1994. My wife has lived there for 17 years and we share a common boundary with the Lovers Deli and Canteen. When we were first married, 220 South Street was the Beaconsfield News Agency in Delhi. Their parking lot was home to serious antisocial behaviour and drug deals. The Telstra phone booth was reported to be the best money maker for Telstra in the area, with the average phone call duration of less than a minute. There was always overflowing rubbish bins and litter everywhere, including used needles. When this business was sold and became a Vietnamese cafe, things improved. This business operated with a sit-down menu as well as a takeaway service. Since that business ceased to operate, sadly, the antisocial behaviour increased, as did the return of rubbish scattered throughout the site. Weeds grew and the existing gardens were neglected. Since the Lovers Deli and Canteen opened, the property has been improved, both inside and out, including gardens and grounds. We have noticed a marked decrease in antisocial behaviour since the Lovers Deli has been operating. We know that this is a family-friendly, community-oriented business which we believe enhances the street and the greater community. Respectfully, Alexis and David Keynes. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And our next speaker is Finn Hagley.
Hello. I just want to make a brief statement of character for Jake Carter and Mia Gammon, the proprietors of Lovers Deli and Canteen. I've worked for them for about 7-8 years. I can always say that they've been honest people of good character and have always dealt well in their business. Their only intentions with the deli and canteen is to provide positive service for the general community, and I believe they should be granted the change of use to do so. That's all from me.
Thank you. Nicholas Terry.
I can keep it relatively short and sweet as well. I'm a White Gum Valley resident and also a business owner in Fremantle, and it's been, I think, great to see the transformation of that space into the Lovers Deli and Canteen. It's clearly a hub for locals to come. Often people who live in the nearby streets, walking there, cycling there, and meeting people that you might not have met around the community. And it seems a really friendly and hospitable place to do so. It seems to, in my opinion, brought life and vitality to White Gum Valley, and also it's something that White Gum Valley has seemed to have lacked at times. And so, in my view, I think it's a great addition to the community. I do understand that the cafe has brought more traffic, cars and the like, to the street than had otherwise been the case. But those issues seem to be able to be reasonably dealt with by way of areas that that visitors aren't to park on, and there to be the designated bays, which I understand the proposal is to have additional bays that are to be incorporated into the area which is currently the basketball court. Obviously, the basketball court was put in there as a way to involve the community, and people can go down with their kids and play basketball, and that's a nice addition while parents have a coffee. And it would be a shame that if that has to be removed completely. But obviously, there's a balance with these matters of making sure that the neighbours are respected, and that there is ample parking for the business. But I can only see Lovers Cafe as being a great asset and positive contribution to the community, and certainly in the short time that it's been opened, I've noticed that not only with the residents who are down there, but also the way in which they engage with the staff, who are really friendly, and it just brings a different experience than your typical chain type cafe. It's locally driven by good people with good values, and you can sense that as soon as you walk in there.
Thank you. Paula Venter, sorry.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Paula, and I'm a local resident, a customer at Lovers Cafe, and also a town planner in a nearby council. I'm here tonight in the capacity of a local town planner, but I just want to touch on two things before I go into the planning aspects of it. There's been overwhelming support from the community for the application. It must be a record in the number of submissions that have been lodged. It's certainly more than I've ever received in 20 years of statutory planning, and I think the majority of them are in favour of the application. Also, there seems to be a very genuine misunderstanding from the owners of the cafe in the process. As soon as they were notified that there was an unauthorised use, they made an application to sort it out. So in terms of the planning issues, there's three considerations before you this evening, which is the land use, the car parking, and the service bay. In regard to the land use, I think it's a perfect use for the area, a small cafe. It's not really the development is not impacting the built form. It complements the existing uses in the area. It's perfect for a small neighbourhood centre like this. The hours are limited to 7 to 3 p.m, which suits a cafe use. And it was previously a lunch bar, which is a very similar use. So there's no question that the use as a cafe is entirely appropriate for the area. I think moving on to the most contentious point, which is the car parking, there is a statutory shortfall of 4 car parking spaces. And I do think it's reasonable in this particular location, given that the existing lunch bar was already approved with a shortfall of 2 spaces. So essentially, we're down to 2 spaces being short on the site. The proposed spaces that they have put on site are directly accessible from Stoke Street. There's really good public transport on South Street. I personally walk to the cafe, don't drive. There's also ample off-site car parking on Stoke Street to provide for any surplus parking. So I think a variation of 4 spaces is completely reasonable, having regard to those points. And the last point, which I know I've gone over the time, and apologies, is the delivery bay. I don't think I need to dwell on that. The applicants have proposed a compliant service bay, and it's a condition of approval. And I don't think it came up as an issue in the objections. So just to conclude, it's a fantastic asset to the local centre. It has become such a focal point for the community. It's activated that area of South Street. It's great to see the benches and the people sitting outside as you drive by or walk by. The cafe supports the economic growth of the area. All of the 3 planning considerations have been addressed by the amended plans that have come in. And we strongly urge you to support the officer recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Carter is our next speaker.
Hey guys, I think a lot of what I was about to say has been covered. But I'm Jake and I co-own Good Things in Mosman Park and Fremantle, as well as the newly opened Lovers Deli and Canteen, which brings us here today. I was going to cover the antisocial behaviour which we witnessed firsthand after sweeping up needles and other alcohol paraphernalia. I believe since opening we've been able to change that dynamic as well. We've now got young families walking over to the cafe, enjoying the safe and welcoming space we've worked so hard to create. We believe our cafe has played a role in turning things around, making the area safer and more inclusive. It's exactly the kind of transformation that aligns with Fremantle's vision of a livable, vibrant and socially connected city. We're also committed to sustainability and reducing our impact. To that end, we added bike racks when we opened, and we're committed to adding more, as the report suggests, encouraging cycling and making it easier for people to choose more sustainable transport. We're really excited to be part of Fremantle's plan to become a resilient city that focuses on long-term solutions for environmental and community challenges. For us, the Lovers is more than just a cafe. It's a place where we aim to reflect the unique creativity of Fremantle. It's what makes the city stand out, and it's why we love being a part of it. All that being said, we want to be upfront about our oversight. We were led to believe that we were taking over a venue that had the ability to trade as a cafe. After removing over 30 dine-in chairs and tables from the previous lunch bar, aptly named Saigon Cafe and Restaurant, we thought we were taking over a very similar business to what we had in mind. Our leasing agent also takes responsibility for leasing it as a cafe and restaurant. And after getting approval from the health department as a cafe, we thought everything was good to go. There was a mistake made, but we're here to make it right. We're not looking to cause any problems, just to keep doing what we love doing, while being mindful of the community around us. Our goal is simple. It's to work together to find a solution that works for the local government, the residents of Stoke Street and ourselves. Again, the parking we understand is a concern, and we can appreciate the impact it's had on the residents. As you can see in the plans, we've redesigned the on-site parking to allow more capacity and to not disturb the flow of traffic by adding delivery access to the side. For us, this is all about integrating thoughtfully into the community while respecting the city's goals for planning and inclusivity. I think it's worth noting as well that the issues with the parking were during our first 4 weeks of trade when we were very busy. As we are now trading at a normal level, I think everyone could agree by driving down the street that it's a lot emptier than it was in those first 4 weeks. And in light of the Council's recent recommendations, it would be our preference to convert the rear of Lovers to staff-only parking. This will eliminate any potential issues with pedestrian safety, as well as removing cars parked long-term from the local area. With that, we'd like to ask for some leniency in considering how many parking bays we're required to have.
Jake, we're a bit over time.
Sorry.
We do have an amendment, which I assume you've seen from Councillor Sullivan. I've got Mia listed to speak next, so perhaps if there's anything you haven't addressed, she could address it in...
I'm pretty much done. I just, the same leniency that people have been granted, I guess, in other businesses, yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. And the last person I have listed to speak on this is Mia Gammon. Jake, don't get too comfortable. I might ask you or Mia if councillors have any questions to answer them. Mia?
Hello, my name is Mia. I'm the other owner of Lovers Deli and Canteen, as well as Good Things in Freo and Mosman Park. I feel like Jake has covered what I would have said as well, but happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, councillors, did you have any questions? Councillor Williamson-Wong?
Thanks. It seems like there was a genuine misunderstanding around the zoning, but we're kind of here now, and a big consideration is going into the planning, into parking. Since opening, and I know, Jake, you mentioned that it was much busier in those first 4 weeks, but that some issues arose with neighbours around parking. Have Lovers taken any steps to identify solutions, other than doing the staff parking in that?
I think because those issues arose so quickly after we've opened, that this whole process started, that we were toying around with the idea of converting or changing stuff, but as this application got submitted, we were kind of waiting for this meeting to see the outcome of that. Obviously, like Jake has said, we are willing to do what we need to do to fix that problem for the residents on the street. So what gets agreed on tonight, we can action that to make sure that parking problem is a bit easier for everyone.
Thanks. I think if anyone wants some further comment on that from officers, we could do that in the debate. Any further questions? No? All right, thank you. Were you listed, you wanted to speak on the item? You'll need to come up to the microphone if you want to speak on the item. Thank you. Can I just grab your name?
Hi, I'm Meg Buckley.
Thanks.
I'm not listed to speak, and I'm here in support, but at the same time, having been a resident both in and outside of Fremantle, going on 25 years and working and living here, I do feel for these people in the sense of you get a place, and I don't have the political jargon to back this up. This is a council meeting. You're meant to be representing the people, and I know a lot of you guys are at cognitive overload. Like, it's exhausting. I sat through it. But my parents have lived on Harbour Road, and they bought in there, and there's massive development of that area in the last 10 years with La Cabana, with all the areas coming on. The parking, it's a one-way street, and there's not expectation of parking that you're going to get somewhere there for that. And I think we're trying to regenerate Fremantle and small businesses, and we're trying to support that. And at the same time, you're not actually supporting small businesses as they come through. And you've got a single mum who's invested. I know it's independent talk there, but it's a small business coming in. There's going to be change. There's going to be alterations. But also there is parking available. And it's not going to be able to facilitate 50, 40 people, but then what is the council putting infrastructure there for those people. You're not going to be able to accommodate that, but it's a cafe that's going to regenerate the area, that's feeding the people that's around that. There's going to be give and take. So I know I haven't got the terminology for that, but just for the people, I think they're trying to do their best and they're a business. Anyway.
Thanks so much, Meg. All right, I don't have anyone listed further to speak on this one. So we've got an officer's recommendation on the screen. If somebody would like to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Archibald, and seconded by Councillor Lorver, I think. Councillor Archibald, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Just to let my colleagues know that, yes, this has been a lunch bar that did get used fairly well. I mean, it was a good lunch bar. And so perpetuating a use there, I think, is an excellent way to go. The biggest problem was the popularity of the venue when it first opened, and it happened right when it was sort of Christmas time, holidays, everybody was at home. And so Stoke Street was really stoked in that sense. It was full of cars. And I think that that's where the total frustration came. And I saw some of the photographs that residents from the street sent me. I think Councillor Graham also saw some of them. And it really, I mean, I can't believe how some people can park so badly in a little street. And so they were blocking driveways. People, because it's a narrow street, people couldn't get in and out of their driveways, and it was a massive problem. That all said, you know, it's up to council and to work out how to make small streets in Fremantle work well, and we do have that problem frequently across the city, and we do manage to resolve it. So I've got no doubt that we can come up with a better solution for the street, and Councillor Sullivan, my colleague, has already come up with some good ideas on that, and I'll leave that part of it to him. But I'm very pleased to see this cafe get reactivated in such a beautiful way. I think it's just fabulous. I know a lot of people in the area are really thrilled that they've got a lovely cafe to walk to. I know we've got some others around, but it's a different sort of cafe. It's great to have some variety. So I'm very supportive of this application, and I do ask any residents who, if they're here, who are frustrated with the parking, that the city officers will work with the residents and we will come up with a better solution for that street. And I'm sure that that the applicants will work with the community to ensure that there's a better outcome all round. The other comment that was made, and it has been raised, is the issue of whether there were sufficient car parking bays supplied by the proprietor. Fremantle is absolutely full of proprietors and places that don't have sufficient parking according to the planning rules and regulations. We're an old city, and we just, you know, to do that, I mean, I think also we're trying to get away from that kind of idea. In any case, we're trying to encourage people to walk to a cafe and to ride a bike to a cafe and this sort of thing. And so Lovers is pretty perfectly placed for locals just to be able to go down the road and enjoy the food that's on offer. So there will be some comments made by Councillor Sullivan that will deal with some of those parking issues, but overall I do think this is a very supportable application, and I'm very pleased that the applicants have come back and straightened out the regulations and all that sort of thing, and hopefully tonight it does get supported.
Thanks, Councillor Archibald. Councillor Van Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just first want to thank everyone for coming tonight. It's really beautiful to see all the support for this local cafe. I just wanted to quickly speak on the fact that from a planning perspective, I agree this is such a good thing for the neighbourhood activation, and yeah, just a beautiful little community hub from what I could see. I do understand there are parking issues at It's the number one thing I hear about as a councillor is parking impacts of commercial development and all sorts of things. So I do appreciate that from the local residents, noting that I don't know if there's any here tonight, but they didn't speak against, whereas we heard a lot in support of the proposal. And as Councillor Archibald said, there's already discussions that council will be working to improve the parking management in the street, and I believe we'll be consulting with the residents in the area too in coming up with a plan for that. So yeah, I trust we can address that, and hopefully you have every councillor's support tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dawson. Councillor Sullivan, maybe we'll go to your amendment.
Yeah, I'll just speak generally and then move to the amendment, if I may. I'm glad a member of the public raised Harbour Street in South Fremantle. It is typical of just about every street, probably the worst, albeit, but where we have created wonderful lifestyle, but the amenity of the side streets certainly does get impacted. And we need to look at these matters and balance the need for walkable local centres that service local communities and the impacts and try and mitigate the impacts that they have. And as has been said, you know, we don't want strip development. And by that I mean, we don't want to sort of see, like in suburbia, local centres that basically every set of shops is fronted by, you know, endless car parking, and there is no sense of streetscape, there is no sense of community, there is no kind of local nodal space. And it's going to be very hard to achieve that on South Terrace, but we know from the work in the Hilton Town Centre that these things are possible. And so the thought that every cafe and every little local business is going to have the parking that they need on their own site is simply unrealistic if our vision for the area is actually to create a type of local centre that is very much about pedestrianisation and the human scale and the like. So I think while our officers have done a good job and basically said, well, technically these are the car bays that you need, if this proposal was in South Fremantle, we'd automatically be saying, yeah, but we don't want you to utilise all of your land and fill it full of car parking. There are solutions, but they involve us as a community, us as the leaders of the community, getting involved, getting in front of the problems that parking causes, that vibrancy causes, and investing in the public realm, in the side streets in this area. It's not just Stoke Street, it's going to be, you know, the other streets in the area that come off the much larger node that we have a strategic vision to create. So we need to get in front of that as a council. What we didn't do right in South Fremantle was we didn't get in front of it. So that's what we need to do here. We need to give the local community, those who have concerns, a little bit of the sucker that we're going to fix the problems. And I think the immediate ones that Councillor Archibald, I know, has been discussing with staff are going to be very simple fixes of, you know, potentially lines painted on the roads to say, you know, where you can and can't park, signs that tell you where you can and can't park, and enforcement that makes sure that those people in our community who aren't capable of reading or doing the right thing get pinged. We need to do all of those things. And we need to do them not just in Stoke Street, but in other streets as well as development increases. I did want to speak about the parking. I know that the applicant was effectively strongly encouraged, can I say, by our planning staff that they should reopen the whole of that back area and fill it full of cars. It was a car park before, but I'm not convinced that that is the right solution for them, and I'm not convinced it's the right solution for the community, simply because it really only achieves one more actual car bay than leaving most of the cars actually out on the street. And so I've put forward an amendment. Councillors have seen a sketch that I drew. I think it works far better. And I'm hoping that you'll support it. So I'll move my proposed amendment on page 7.
Can I get a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Archibald, on the amendment.
Thank you. And I just want to emphasise the idea of that is that we don't end up with ongoing people cutting across the footpath, going in, parking their car, reversing back out across the footpath, you know, like every customer having to do that. Rather that we ask the applicant to say, it would be good if you could kind of like fence in your bin area, utilise that area for a couple of staff bays. It's really just that northern strip of the back area. Use that as a buffer between the play area and the house next door. You'll also get the opportunity to either have a service vehicle or another staff vehicle park in front of the gate. So you'll end up with 3 anyway, and you'll also maintain all of the other car bays that are in the street. And so I feel personally that goes a long way to resolving the shortfall of parking. It's only really realistically 1 bay different to utilising the whole of that space for car parking. So 1 bay difference, it makes no sense to me to just fill a place with cars when we can get most of them on the street anyway. I know that we need to, probably modify the street a little bit, but that's our job, and we should be doing that anyway. So I encourage you to allow the applicant to not have to forego all of that back area, but just to forego some of it.
Thanks, Councillor Sullivan. On the amendment, Councillor Williamson-Wong. Councillor Van Dossen, what's going on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to speak briefly on the amendment. I do support that, and thank you, Andrew, but I just wanted to clarify. Sometimes I think the community and applicants don't always understand how the conditions, and if you read at the last minute right before a meeting a proposed alternate or amended condition and advice notes, what does that all mean? But just to clarify that this amended condition would just requires a minimum of 2 car bays on site on a crossover, and there's an advice note recommending where that be, and Andrew has prepared a sketch which is fantastic, and that could help you, but that's not what you have to do. Obviously work with the city, look at what works for the site, you know it better than us, and but come up with a new parking plan. Just wanted to clarify that, that's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Van Dossen. I'm going to support the amendment as well. It's really useful to go out there on site and have a look at it. And I think the key problem that I had with providing all that parking on site was the idea of people reversing over the footpath when we're trying to encourage people to walk and cycle there. There isn't great visibility anyway. And, people want to be the people who park the closest to everything all the time, everywhere. So those bays will be used, but the idea that people would reverse over the footpath, that little kids and families and everything else would be coming along on, was not great. So that's why it makes much more sense for staff parking to be there, because staff are not going to be coming and going frequently. I certainly hope they don't anyway, because that would make it a very hard business to run. All right. Anyone else on the amendment? Councillor Kamada? Sorry.
Yeah, I support the amendment as well. I just got a question. I wanted, if supported by other councillors, to put an addition to the advice note. Do I do that now, or do I wait for that?
If you can test it with the mover, perhaps, if Councillor Sullivan knows what it is, he might be happy to incorporate it.
I organised it with Melody, the manager, and if she could just pass that on, I think
we'll
it would
pop
be,
that
I
up
think it
on
would be
the
useful.
screen so Councillor Sullivan can have a look.
Sort of. It's small, and I can explain it.
Councillor Sullivan, would you be comfortable to...
I'm happy to have that in there. It's not really a relevant advice note in a planning situation. That's why I just made it.
So it's an advice note to the broader... we'll just get the manager to explain. Thanks.
Through the chair, I think what Councillor Sullivan was about to explain was that because it's a request for city officers, it probably shouldn't be part of the planning decision. So perhaps a Part B motion. So Part A would be the planning decision, and then Part B, request the officers investigate.
All right, so we'll
options
deal
for
with
the
this
street.
amendment, then we'll pop back in and have a look at this one, Councillor Kamada.
Thank you.
So if we want to finalise this amendment, I will put it to a vote. All those in favour of the amendment? And that is unanimous. So we're back to the item as now amended. So Councillor Kamada, this is the additional advice note that you wanted to
Yeah, if I could explain
add in.
briefly. Look, I'm very supportive of the cafe.
I'll just check for a seconder.
Oh, yeah,
Councillor Moughlin, carry on.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I've walked a number of times to the cafe from my place on York Street. It's a fantastic addition to the area. Just a fine little piece. Well, I mean, it's going to be ongoing because there's going to be a lot of changes in this area in future. But I'd just like to see a little bit more comfort for some of the people that live on Stoke Street that do have some difficulties with the parking situation. So, yeah, my intention is purely to give them comfort that the city will act as promptly as we can to help alleviate that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further on the amendment? Councillor Sullivan?
Yeah, sorry, just to be clear, it's a Part B. It's not actually part of the planning approval. It's a completely separate Part B, not an advice note.
Yep. Councillor Graham?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, look, someone's got to stick up for the residents of Stoke Street, so it looks like it might be a bit of a lone voice here, but anyway, I'll give it a go. The parking here really is a dog's breakfast down there. And the people that aren't at fault here are the residents of Stoke Street. Now, okay, we've heard that there was a misunderstanding with, having the right land use and the approval and all this sort of thing. I can't speculate on how that all transpired, but what has transpired, that the parking problem is a real issue. It's genuine. I was down there on Sunday and spoke to 3 residents, and actually they all are apologies tonight. So if you think there is no one here tonight, though not one of them was able to attend tonight. So I'll just put that on the record as well. But, they, as Councillor Archibald said, people just don't know how to park anyway. But there is no parking down there. This is a very old street. It's mostly one of the oldest streets, I'd say, in Whitegum Valley. So naturally it's very narrow. Even the off-street parking, I had my ute there on Saturday, which is just a standard Holden ute, but I'm half over the footpath and half over the road. And then the lady had called the ranger because somebody had parked over the fire hydrant. So I thought, shit, I better get going here because I'm going to get a ticket myself. So, that's how bad it is down there. No matter what the council tries to do, will we come up with a satisfactory solution? Having said that, and I take Councillor Sullivan's point on this around South Fremantle and Harbour Road, there are yellow lines everywhere in Fremantle where not to park. You just go up Manning Street near Galantes, Ray Avenue, there's mostly more yellow lines, yellow painted lines than that anywhere. And they do work for a little while, but in the end, people become complacent. The rangers become complacent. Everyone knows that they can park there, and it goes on. And mainly at places like Pilates, people are coming and going in 15, 20 minutes. But anyway, look, I do understand the Stoke Street residents' concerns. They've made it clear to me that they're not happy with it, and I'm their representative, so I'm here to represent them and hopefully twig a few consciences around here that we really have to be strong on what we actually do here with the parking, and not just within 2 months, 3 months think, we'll just let it go. There's no more complaints, because people get sick of complaining, so that's why that dries up. But anyway, there you go. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. Councillor Williamson-Wong on the amendment.
Thank you. Where was I going to start? Oh, I was going to say that I agree with Councillor Graham that we are a very old city and our streets aren't necessarily built to have such high intense uses everywhere. But if we lived by the planning regulations, we would literally be a city of car parks. I think as a hospitality or retail town, we attract lots of people, and that means that if we were strict about our planning rules, we would, I don't know whether we would have to just build car parks over everything or under everything, but we would be a city of car parks. And I do think that, the vision for this area, technically, yes, it's the neighbourhood zone. It's about providing weekly retail and accessible service to people who live in the area. But outside of planning jargon, it's also really about building a strong neighbourhood community. And I think that Lovers clearly achieves this. I mean, there was an enormous number of submissions. I think it would be a record for how many, and overwhelmingly supportive of the cafe, because it does meet the zoning objectives and it is beneficial to the community. And yes, there was misunderstanding around the zoning and issues, arose when the cafe opened with parking. But I don't believe that is a reason to refuse the zone changes, and I'm confident that the amendment put forward by Councillor Sullivan and also the Part B from Councillor Kamada will go a long way to addressing the issues around parking. So I'm very happy to be voting to change this use.
All right. I think we're straying off the amendment, so I'm going to put the amendment to a vote. It's fine. So all those in favour of the amendment on the screen, that's unanimous. So back to the item as now amended twice. I believe most of us have spoken on it. It was moved by Councillor Archibald. She may wish to close. I just will quickly say that I'm quite glad that I can now go to Lovers Cafe if this goes through tonight, because I've been, other than coming to look at it from planning for a planning purpose, not been able to really come along and have a go. I promise I'll ride my bike. Councillor Archibald, did you wish to close? All right, so we might put this one to a vote then. All those in favour? And against? Councillor Graham against, remainder in favour, that's carried. All right, so that's your approval as amended in relation to the parking tonight. All right, take the party outside and we'll move on to the next item. All right. It's 8:45. I'm wondering if I should extend the meeting now. So we need to move to extend the meeting past 9 p.m. I'll move that way. Seconded by Councillor Graham. Councillors, does anyone need a short break, or are we happy to press on? Happy to press on? Good. It is a long night. All right, so we go to Pakenham Street, C25043, and I have a number of people listed for this, and it'll be the same process as before. So we'll start with Frank Tyson. Thanks, Frank.
I too would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I mean, I don't know how you guys do this all the time. It's a bit of a marathon. I want to speak about 47 Pakenham Street. I have in my possession 2 FOI documents that I obtained from the Department of Energy and Mines. These documents pinpoint, there are diagrams and maps which pinpoint 2 fuel tanks that are embedded in the concrete down there. So this is supported by Contaminated Sites, a division of the EPA. They believe there's at least 1 tank, possibly 2. So there's evidence that the tanks have been introduced and installed, but there's not one skerrick of evidence of them ever being taken out. This is very important because it's a very serious issue. We're talking about fumes, diesel and both petrol, seeking into the soil, seeking into the concrete. I mean, we're pretty far down the track, I think, with the approval process for this place, but you know, you can't put so much as 1 shovel in that concrete without the risk of an explosion. This is fairly serious. I don't think it was probably acknowledged by the assessment panel. They probably could have made it a approval issue. Now, also, the applicants, the development applicants, state in section 2122 of concerns, comments and objections, they state that the subject site is not identified as a contaminated site within the Department of Water and Energy database. Well, yes, it's not there because the tanks were installed as far back as 1955. Between 1955 and 1970. The database never came into operation until the 80s, right? So obviously they're not on the database. So you can write that off. They also say, how long have I got, Hannah?
You are at the end of your 2 minutes, so
Can I just do one more thing?
If you just want to close now, I believe you also emailed this through to us or some of this through to us. So.
Yeah, I've got one more important issue, then I'll finish it. They say here, the applicants say here, the matter is covered by legislation and is not a matter required to be addressed in an application for development and approval. Well, they state the legislation, but they don't state what it is. Okay, can I read you that? Just take 2 seconds. I'll read you the legislation.
Just carry on.
Yeah. Introduction under the Act, which commenced operation in December 2006, landowners, occupiers and polluters must report all known suspected contaminated sites to the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation. So, you know, are they in breach?
Well, I think what we'll do, we've got a number of speakers on the item, including the proponents, so it'll be good to hear how they address this.
Is this conversation on record? Is it being noted?
Yeah, we're recorded now. Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
Okay.
There's so much more, but there's no time, so...
Thanks for emailing it through to us as well, Frank.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ian Brayshaw is the next speaker on the item.
Madam Mayor, councillors, I'm speaking to the Alderman on Pakenham Street. The professional submissions made in objection on the agenda item are noted, and I understand those objections critique the finer detail of the statutes and the deemed provisions as they apply. So I'm not going to go into that detail so much as noting that there's particular emphasis on the arcades and clause 67 of the deemed provisions within those submissions, and also those objections reference solar aspect. My presentation representing the people to the south really talks about the pragmatics of solar aspect, the necessity for sunlight, the rhythm of the streetscape built form and deemed provisions under the clause 67. As an Antipodean, I worked in a London borough of Bexley for a few years, and we lived and worked, I should say, in an Edwardian building that faced east with narrow windows overlooking the green. Martin was the heritage officer, and Martin made the morning tea and the afternoon tea every day. He did this day in, day out, but the one thing that changed over the year was in November, when he made the morning tea, the sun was rising. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the sun was setting. And it made me realise why the people I worked with were not very happy. It also made me wonder why so many people emigrated to Australia from Europe. And I note that Perth is on the same latitude as Mauritania in North Africa. So all of Europe immigrated. Martin, the heritage officer, taught me a few things about heritage, and one of those was 4-storey buildings and 20-metre road reserves have a relationship. And the relationship is that when the sun passes over the top of a 4-storey building, it penetrates to the opposite side of the street. The built form, this is why, for example, when you are sitting on the southern side of High Street, you can receive sunlight while you're having your coffee and croissant. Determinations about the rhythm of building height and built form have implications for solar aspect. And those implications are throughout the heritage precinct. So we need to be mindful of a potential precedent, I guess. The built form of the heritage precinct is what it is because of the relationship of the road reserve width and the height of buildings. That's how the surveyors and planners in those days worked out why the heritage precinct is what it is as today. The rhythm of building height to streetscape matters. It matters as an obligation under clause 67 of the Dean provisions, and that's something that the JDAP have to take account of. Solar aspect also matters in that regard. The people on the balconies of the proposed development under its current design will enjoy solar aspect, but those to the south won't under its current design, and they don't have the opportunity to redevelop because of the strata nature. For those whom I represent, they're not against the development so much as a modification, and it would probably be to the rear module of the top floors such that it enabled solar aspect. The building height and the rhythm of the street might be okay given the podium is set back. So we would recommend to respect the obligations of clause 67 in relation to the Dean provisions and consider this matter as a potential modification, please.
All right, thank you. Kate Pearson.
It does, great. That's much better, because what I'd just like to hopefully very quickly talk about is a rather David and Goliath situation. I am the occupant of the little set of apartments to the south of the development, and I would predominantly be the person who is overshadowed, overviewed, and subject to noise and other amenities. So again, I'm not opposed to the development, but I do feel very much that the little place that I have occupied, and there's a community there of 7 people. We live in a limestone apartments that are part of our heritage. They were built around 1880. They belonged to 2 of the merchants, Elias Solomon and the other person. But they developed their auction houses and their storage. They built that tiny little, it was a stable at one time, it's been a warehouse. It is single story. It has a pitch roof, 2.5 metres, the limestone rubble wall. I'm going to be dominated by quite a large building that is going to take away most of my amenity. The reason I bought that place was because it had a northern aspect all in light, in glass. The rest of it is in darkness. I rely entirely on that northern light for living there. And a lot of the people who have moved into that area over the last 20 years or so, we've chosen to downsize. We've sold our larger places. We want to live in environmentally thoughtful places that, I have a 7 metres by 5 metres with a mezzanine bedroom and bathroom. That is all. I'm very happy. What I'm not happy about is having that little bit of pleasure from my north-facing window being taken away. And there are other aspects, I don't think I've got time, but noise from the car stacking, which I don't know has been discussed much, but my wall is right up against that. That limestone wall, if any build takes place, I hope everything is put in place to conserve it because it is a precious part of our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Catalini.
Sorry, Pamela, I've mucked it up. Could somebody help?
It's temperamental. Probably needed to stay the same place.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Catalini.
Good evening. I've lived in Fremantle for over 60 years, and I bought this little unit 9 months ago to retire in. And because of the height of this building, the proposal has significant impacts on my apartment at Unit 22, 45 Pakenham Street, due to the variation of height, the way it is proposed. The proposed development involves 2 sections along continuous plane, high parapet walls, 1 brick and 1 grey concrete, along my common northern boundary, adjacent to the windows to my main living space and near the edge of my balcony. For me, this will result in significant loss of amenities due to loss of natural light and ventilation that I currently enjoy from my eastern balcony and southern dining living room window, and complete obstruction of the only view to the street from the apartment via eastern balcony. Complete obstruction of view to any sky, trees, activities outside of the apartment from the eastern balcony or south-facing windows. A sense of being enclosed and cut off from the rest of the outside world with outlook being limited to a monotonous concrete wall from the eastern balcony and a monotonous brick wall from the dining room, living room window, causing darkness within my unit. This will detrimentally impact my amenities and livability in my own home. I'm an elder resident with increasing limited mobility. Construction of these walls to this excessive height and to the position they are proposed means major loss of amenity, as I could no longer look out from my home and see my social activity on the street, or look at the large Norfolk Island pine trees on the esplanade, or the sky, clouds and other nature, birds, etc. I understand that loss of views is not a substantiated reason for objecting to a planning proposal. However, should it not be a human right to be able to look out of a window from my living space? I've sent a lengthy submission explaining all of these things together with photos of the future impacts, yet many of the issues I raised have not even been acknowledged or responded to. The variation to the height as proposed does not satisfy amenity requirements and cannot be validly supported by the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacey Town.
Hi, I represent Mrs. Catalini as well. In short, I believe the Council's not able to validly support this application in relation to the variation of height as is proposed. Firstly, the proposal doesn't comply with the height requirements of Schedule 7. And the 4th and 5th story cannot comply with those, with Schedule 7 at all. Given the right circumstance, Council could consider greater height, but the proposal can't comply with this either, as it would still be over 25% over height and 1 story over height. Secondly, Council can override Schedule 7 to allow greater height, but only if all 4 matters of Clause 4.8.1.1 can be satisfied. Not just 1 or 2, but all 4. But it has not, and I believe cannot be demonstrated that this can happen. One of the omissions of the assessment relates to point A, relating to amenity of adjoining properties. It is obvious that the amenity of at least Unit 22 and likely others will be detrimentally affected by the variation in height. In relation to the definition of amenity under the scheme and the R Codes Volume 2, my questions to Council are, will the 4th and 5th stories as proposed detrimentally affect the enjoyment of sunlight for Unit 22? I'm not talking about overshadowing. I'm talking about a full brick wall blocking off light to the windows and a concrete wall impeding the eastern boundary main living area windows. 2, will the 4th and 5th stories detrimentally affect the enjoyment of outlook for 22? This is not the same as views. This regards the ability to view something out of a window, at least sky. Will the 4th and 5th stories detrimentally affect airflow and ventilation? And will they detrimentally affect livability, comfort and quality of the place, which makes Unit 22 pleasant and agreeable. The third reason for not being able to support this proposal is that not all relevant matters of Clause 67 of the deemed provisions have been satisfied in relation to compliance with the local planning framework, effects on adjoining properties and consideration of submissions. The applicant's response to Mrs Catalini's lengthy objection was merely summarised as visual impacts, which is a gross dismissive underestimate of the real planning issues. She did not refer to views, she referred to matters of street surveillance, outlook, access and natural light and ventilation, and none of these matters were responded to or addressed. The applicant response said the impacts on 45 Pakenham Street are comparable to a typical 14-metre height development outcome, which is a reasonable expectation under the planning framework. This statement response is totally unacceptable and does not acknowledge the adverse effects of a zero setback to the additional height walls of the 2 extra stories. Mrs Catalini understands that future development will occur on the site and that her views will be affected. Her objections about loss of light and fresh air in her home, which is different to visual impacts and views. It should be pointed out that even a 14-metre high building is not as of right and can be supported only under certain circumstances. The height proposed well exceeds 14 metres and the circumstances required to support even 14 can't be satisfied. Mrs Catalini is just asking that this be considered for future development outcomes. The council has shown a lot of compassion tonight for skateboarders for a ledge, and I think you could also, we also seek the same compassion for a resident of over 60 years for her right to air, light and outlook. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Carmody. Yeah, Nick Capozzi.
Dear councillors, my name is Nicola Capozzi. I was born and raised in Fremantle. Fremantle has always been more than just a place for me to live. It's a unique and vibrant community that I'm proud to be a part of. I've had the privilege to live and work in Fremantle and raise my family here over the past 62 years. My grandfather, Nicola Capozzi, was an active and well-respected member of the Fremantle community from the early 40s to 1960s. He served on the Committee of St Patrick's and was the founding president of the Blessing the Fleet, a tradition that remains close to our heart and continues to define part of Fremantle's cultural identity. Today, I continue that legacy alongside my 2 business partners who, like myself, also born in Fremantle. Together we own and operate several businesses within the city of Fremantle, including 3 retail stores, and Terrace Men has been trading now for 43 years. In recent years, we've been fortunate enough to contribute to the Fremantle's future through development projects. We have 5 commercial properties within the Fremantle precinct, and one of those has a car stacker. I can tell you my fridges and my washing machine is more louder than my car stacker. We've invited the neighbours to come and have a listen to the car stacker and they've refused. This proposal reflects our commitment to give back to the city. We are seeking additional height for this building due to the current economic climate, which has highly impacted on the financial viability of the project. More importantly, we have never had any intentions of selling off the entire building. We plan to retain a number of the apartments for our own use, reinforcing our long-term commitment to Fremantle. We believe the development significantly improves upon the existing structure as we bring long-term benefits to the area, not just in terms of design and activation, but also in support of economic and community vibrancy of Fremantle. Thank you, the committee, the councillors, for considering this proposal. We hope that your favourable support will let us invest more into Fremantle. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll have Joshua Carmody speak, and then councillors, if you've got any questions for the proponents.
Yes, my name is Joshua Carmody from Planning Solutions. So I am the town planner representing Adelcap Properties, who are the proponents of this development. So I'm speaking in support of the city's recommendation, and I would start by thanking the city's planning staff for making this a genuinely collaborative project. We first approached them in July last year, and we've been through multiple meetings and 3 design review processes by the city's Design Advisory Committee. So through this process, we've arrived at the final design which you're considering today. So as a result of that, we've managed to get the city's support. We've got the support of the DAC and the Heritage Council as well. And it's worth noting the support of a significant percentage of the community as well. I'm sorry to disagree with Chloe, but the city has written, there's 10 submissions of support. I actually count 15, or a percentage which is closer to 40%. There's obviously been, there is a few objections, and I'm sorry if our responses appear dismissive. That's never the intention. I'll draw Council's attention to attachment 15, where we do provide responses to many of the issues raised. Obviously, there isn't time now to address all of the things that have been raised, but the city has interrogated many of these objections, and so have we. And you'll find many diagrams in attachments 15 which respond to many of the issues of overshadowing. And the main things that we have interrogated is the fact is whether the additional height that we're seeking is causing any privacy impacts or overshadowing greater than what the 3-storey expectation normally would generate. And our conclusions, and it's all there before you, is that it doesn't, and the additional height is not going to impact residents in any additional or greater way. Now, this question of the additional height that we're seeking was a focus through the entire assessment process, and so we really do understand the concerns around additional height, especially in the West End, and we've addressed them in many ways, including the materials, the colours, the architecture, all of which have been designed to be sympathetic and to be largely concealed from most vantage points along the street. It's really important to note or to be aware that this is a development which is going to significantly improve the current site. The current development on 47 Pakenham Street is a single-level brick warehouse from the 1960s. It is wholly inconsistent with West End architecture and built form. There are a couple of aspects of the current building which do have some value, and that is the small cafe, the hole in the wall coffee shop which is there, and the WA Bait Supply sign, which is a link back to the use of the site as a warehouse and a link to Fremantle's past activities. And that sign has been maintained for decades by the landowners, and it is the intention of the developers to retain that sign in the facade of this building as just a small local landmark. Now, I am requesting that Council supports the City's assessment and endorses their recommendation. I will just speak briefly to the issue of contamination which has been raised. I'll speak as diplomatically as I can. Contamination is dealt with under the Contaminated Sites Act. I've received a call from the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation in response to the issues that have been raised tonight. To put it simply, the department has the powers to classify and investigate suspected contamination or proven contamination. Landowners have obligations under the Act to report and to deal with potential contamination. The department has had these allegations raised, they've taken no action, and as far as I'm aware, there is no intention to take any action. The landowners themselves have every reason to believe there are no fuel tanks on site. As I said, this is a matter which is dealt with but via an entirely separate piece of legislation. So in conclusion, I request that the City support, the Council support the City's assessment. I'm happy to answer any questions, and the project architect, Philippe, is also available if there's any further questions.
Well, I've let you go a little longer because you were answering one of my questions, which was in relation to the fuel tank suggestion. Can I just follow on with that to ask, has there been any investigations of what exists under the surface of the existing site?
So when the site was sold, it was sold on the basis of a legal affidavit that the tanks had been removed. As part of the development and the excavation of the site, if there was any evidence of a tank still being there, and that would be abundant by the fact that the basement is being excavated, that would immediately trigger whatever obligations are required under the Contaminated Sites Act. But at this point, we have no reason to believe that they're still there.
Okay, councillors, any further questions from anyone else? Okay. All right, I believe that's all the speakers on item 3. Am I correct in that assessment? Yes, okay. All right, we have the officer's recommendation up on the screen. I know there is an alternative recommendation as well. Councillors, do we have a mover? It's not going to be a quick meeting if we carry on like this, is it? Councillor Lorver, I assume you want to move the alternative recommendation.
Yes, I would. And can I move it with the suggestions from Councillor Sullivan that were sent through earlier? Thank you.
Yeah, that's there. And I'm assuming, Councillor Sullivan, you would like to second that on the basis it includes your amendments, I
I'll
believe?
second it to get the process going. Yep.
All right. All right, Councillor Lorver.
Oh, yeah, it's a long night, everybody, as we know. So I want to thank Councillor Sullivan for adding to the initial proposed alternate motion and including some things that are very important for the planning processes. But for me, I think that all these things are important, considering the amenity and all those aspects that are in there. Sorry, I need a cup of coffee. But also equally important for me to consider is the fact that we do have a planning scheme, and in that planning scheme we got height limits, and if we keep going above and above the height limits in that scheme, we'll have a 5-story by default. So if that's something that this council wants to do, I would think that we would want to look at our planning, the scheme itself, and make those changes. So, but putting this forward for debate and for consideration, so I'm excited to hear what other people have to say.
All right, councillors. Councillor Sullivan?
Yeah, look, I'll speak to this now, and I note that when I read Councillor Lorver's original motion, I was concerned that it effectively was almost a non-solution. It was basically pushing the issue down the road to say almost that, well, we might need a scheme amendment or something like that to properly resolve this. Because this is going to DAP, we're in a situation where either we were going to make a recommendation for approval, something that I probably for a fair amount of this process thought that I would end up supporting, or we were going to make likely a recommendation that we couldn't support it in its current form. I think there is a reasonable amount of support that a development of this type can be successful on this site, and it's really about the detail that either makes it or breaks it. The concerns that have been raised, when I looked at them, not so much the concerns that were raised, I mean the concerns that were raised are perfectly valid to be raised, but what I was concerned about was the way in which they were assessed and whether or not the development did actually comply with the two most important parts of the town planning scheme that we have, the local planning scheme, I should say. And that is the clauses that essentially relate to either the height that should be there in the West End, which is in Schedule 7, sub-area 1.3.1, which is the bit that basically says, well, it's 3 stories and it can be 4 stories if it's set back, subject to meeting a bunch of criteria. One of the most important parts of that criteria is the amenity issue, and I'll come back to that in a sec. The second most important part of the scheme that's been utilised to consider this proposal is that general requirement that says you can relax heights if it's demonstrated that there are similar sorts of buildings in the precinct, in the abutting areas, adjoining areas, that have heights that are higher than what's allowed. And we're all familiar with that, and I guess over the years, the adjoining site has been determined to be a little bit broader than the immediately abutting site, and that's why the officers have utilised particularly the Fowler building down the road, to say, well, there is another building in the street, several doors up, that is considerably taller than what the scheme allows, and therefore consideration should occur of this one. And again, I think that's a fairly generous interpretation of the scheme, but it's not inconsistent with the interpretations of the scheme that we've seen in recent years. So I'm kind of prepared to accept the utilisation of clause 4.8.11 to justify the potential for 5 stories. But again, it has to satisfy a bunch of conditions, and it has to satisfy all of those clauses. And in particular, it has to satisfy the subclause under that section, subclause A, which deals with amenity, and it also has to satisfy subclause B, which talks about the requirement for such overheight buildings or elements to graduate the additional heights relative to the surrounding areas. And what is particularly important, and I'll deal with that part B now, what is particularly important is the consideration of what the surrounding areas are and what the buildings are in that area. Now, in some instances, one can assume that, there might be a development that happens next door, and that will similarly go up, and therefore a blank parapet wall in that location might not be that big a problem. But it also has to take into account where development might not occur. And that's obviously where you've got heritage buildings where it's already built out to the maximum that it's likely to be built out to. And we need to make sure that the parapet walls that are created in those environments and the building mass that is created in that environment is sympathetic and does genuinely, as the scheme requires, graduate the additional heights relative to those surrounding buildings. And I think it's a hard sell to say that a 5-storey blank parapet wall is actually doing that when from Pakenham Street, given the nature of the building immediately to the south, in Pakenham Street is a driveway and then a building behind and a blank strata in front. So you're always going to see from the street, for example, that 5-storey blank parapet wall. If it was built as part of, the Fowler building, where it's that beautiful red brick wall, maybe we wouldn't be worried about that. But that was built, more than 100 years ago and is a beautiful red brick wall, as opposed to modern techniques, which are not going to be the same sort of aesthetic. In terms of amenity, realistically, that's, the interpretation of what that means. I think as soon as you get into a situation where you're effectively giving a bonus, you're effectively saying that something can be more than the normal requirement, that when it then requires that we look at making sure that there aren't amenity impacts on adjoining properties, that definition of amenity must be relatively broad. And in this instance, what concerns me is that, notwithstanding, for example, the apartment building that is to the, it's always hard to know what direction you are in there, but it's to the right-hand side of this, so to the right-hand side in Pakenham Street, for example, where Mrs. Catalini lives. That building perhaps wasn't built with development abutting it in mind, because of the way it is configured. It is so consuming of virtually the whole site that it was built reliant on adjoining open space to provide light and to provide some sort of an outlook. That's not how things should be done. And so we do have to be careful to say that, well, we punish the new developer because the previous developer didn't necessarily do a great job at putting forward a development. And that is definitely true of the areas where you're talking about the first 3 stories. But when you get to that additional height zone of the 4th floor under on the sub area 1.3.1 or the 5th floor using 4.8.11, you then have to really be a bit more careful in terms of what should be allowed. And that's what this this wording is trying to identify, is that big blank parapet wall on both sides probably doesn't comply with those clauses. Now, the staff are indicating, I suspect, that it does. I'm suspicious of that, and I think that it doesn't. I think it's important with this as well. Like if the council doesn't support a 5th floor, then it should basically recommend an outright refusal. If you think that a 5th floor might be achievable, then this is the right balancing act. If you support a 5th floor as it currently is proposed, then go back to the officer's recommendation. These are recommendations to DAP. It gives the opportunity for the applicant to think about this. They might want to think about it before it goes to DAP. They might say, no, I want to see what DAP says, and take their chances there, and the like. But I think for us, we need to respond to what our scheme says, and I think this is the right version of that. I really want to approve this development, but I don't think it's there yet. I don't want to see us squash it right down to being an unviable development. So I think there does need to be a change, and whether that's viable or not, I mean, only the applicant's going to know that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Councillors on the recommendation on the screen. Councillor Van Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one is a really tough one for me, and it's a bit of deja vu with the backpackers. It's the same issue, and it's interesting coming to council. And the last application I did deal with in my mind as a planner. So that's my background as a town planner. And this one, similarly, when I look at it with my planning hat on, I very much want to support this and want to see this approved. But I also very much agree with what Councillor Sullivan has said tonight, all of that. And I think, in an ideal world, if it was a council decision, we'd seek to defer it and ask the applicant to have another look at it to consider the amenity impacts. And this really is a tough one for me, but I feel like reflecting on my previous decision, and I'm really torn as to be consistent, or perhaps it's a lessons learnt, but where I am now as an elected member, I feel like in my role as elected member, my duty is to represent the community views, and we've heard strong submissions against the proponent tonight, and it just doesn't sit comfortably with me that 5-storey blank parapet wall adjoining 1 and 2 stories next door and the impacts on them. And so that's where I am, and I think tonight is a decision of council, so I'm leaning towards supporting this alternative motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Van Dawson. Can I just ask that we scroll down so we can see the reasons for the alternative motion on the screen? Thank you. Councillor Williamson-Wong.
Thank you. I agree with much of what Councillor Sullivan has said, but especially that I agree that development on this site can be achieved, but it's a fine balancing act, as everything is in planning. The applicant referred to overshadowing, but I think the distinct consideration here is around the amenity to the adjoining sites. And as Councillor Sullivan said, the definition of amenity is incredibly broad. It includes the character, locality, experience of the area, but it also technically includes provisions of a local planning scheme such that should have been the expectation of residents, which is, somewhat of a burden to put on people who move into areas. And there is no denying that the proposal as it stands without, to simply approve it would be creating a big impact on adjoining neighbours and properties. And I think regardless, any development on this site is going to have an impact. But it is a balancing act and tricky in the West End as well, where everything is built close together and our scheme wants us to be approving buildings that are next to each other. And so trickier again when we have previous development that have not necessarily considered the fact that future development will occur and there's a building, there's an outcome of a building that is reliant on there just being open space there when, there is permission for a development application to come through like we see tonight. But all of that aside, I think that the balancing act, in my mind, is swaying me to be happy to support this alternative motion from Councillor Lorva, especially with the reasons for alternative motion being that the amenity of those adjoining properties needs to be considered fully in the decision, and graduating that height, I believe, will hopefully go towards improving the situation rather than the proposal as is.
Thanks, Councillor Williamson-Wong. Councillors? Anyone further on the alternative motion? I am probably going to be in the minority here and say that I'm going to vote against the alternative motion and for the officer's recommendation, partly because I think I couldn't see really how the amenity issues were so affected by the inclusion of those top stories. I mean, the light particularly seems, a compliant building on that site is going to have some fairly significant impacts as well. But it's going to be compliant. So this does give us a nod in the right direction in terms of what people are asking us to do. But I think really what people would prefer is that no development went there at all, and I can't support that. I feel fairly strongly that this is a prime development site in the city. It is highly underutilised despite having a very cool little coffee shop there, and it has the potential to bring more residents into the city centre, and I'm generally quite supportive of the design. So I won't be supporting the alternative motion. Those are the reasons why. I suspect I'll be in the minority, but on we go. All right, did you wish to close, Councillor Lorva?
Yeah, briefly, because I did start on this one worried about the precedents that were being set, but after the the stuff sent through by Councillor Sullivan and everything, I do agree. Our scheme does allow greater height, but there are those conditions that are in our local planning scheme that need to be met, and so I guess that's the main precedent that I'd be worried that this would set. So I'm glad that this is forward to us in this form, and look forward to the vote.
All right, so I'll put the recommendation as per on the screen to a vote. All those in favour? So Councillors Van Dawson, Sullivan, Williamson-Wong, Lorva, Kamada, Graham and Archibald. And against? Oh yeah, that's true. Thank you. I saw him in my mind. Lorva, Moughlin, Graham, Archibald. And against, Councillors Thompson and Fitzharding, so that's carried. That'll go to JDAP. We don't know when, but we assume quite soon because they want the report by next week. Thank you. All right, let us get on to the next item, which takes us to Bellevue Terrace. All right. I have a couple of speakers listed for this one. Some people may have come into the gallery since then, so I'll start with Victoria Pitt.
Evening, Madam Mayor, councillors. This is the first time I've been to a council meeting. What a ripper. Thanks very much for the chance to speak. I'm with my partner Lucy Griffith, the owner and occupier of 37 Bellevue Terrace. Our house and number 35 are a pair of semi-detached dwellings, so we are closely affected by this application. Our property sits to the south of 35. We've owned and lived in our house at 37 for more than 9 years. We love our little house. And buying on Bellevue Terrace was a very specific choice. We could have bought somewhere bigger, further out, but it's like a niche choice. Bellevue Terrace is a small one-way street, one of Fremantle's most historic. Many of the homes are relatively, like ours, small dwellings on small lots. Our two houses were built in the 1890s, like lots of the houses on the street. It's a very special street. I want to say this really clearly. We appreciate and we share the wish to extend houses on this street. And we sincerely, very sincerely, wish to cooperate with reasonable plans to extend. We want to see our neighbours successful, ultimately, in their wish to extend and improve on this house. But these plans, the plans that you're looking at, are non-compliant to an unreasonable degree. I've sent through detailed comments to the councillors about this with some photographs. And I just want to point out, I'm aware that at least 2 other households on the street have raised quite strong objections as well. We're extremely surprised that the city's officers, have recommended that these plans be approved. And in their report, the city's officers repeatedly justify their recommendation by saying there are many improvements in this plan compared to the original plans that the applicants put up. This seems to us very dubious and dangerous logic. Surely it doesn't make bad plans acceptable because originally even worse plans was proposed. And I'm hoping that councillors will just look at these plans on their merits and in terms of the actual impacts that they would have. And alongside our neighbours, we're asking council to reject these plans on the basis that they would have serious and unreasonable negative impacts on our property and on other residents of Bellevue Terrace on 4 grounds. So I've given a lot of detail in my submission. I'm just going to try and summarise it really quickly. 4 grounds. First of all, boundary setbacks. There aren't any in a major part of the new build. It's proposed to build a great chunk of it directly on the boundary line with no setbacks whatsoever. 6.5 metres of new building literally on top of indoor and outdoor living areas. The second ground is building bulk. So what these plans would inflict on us is a change from looking down our boundary line at timber fence and plants and a bit of sky and space. We'd just be looking at brick wall and solid building. And basically the effect on our amenity is kind of difficult to describe. We're horrified by this thought, okay? What we'd basically go from, they're little blocks, you know, like it's not a great deal of space, but the space is precious and the spaces between us are precious. But what we'd end up with is this gloomy, oppressive feeling, completely claustrophobic, of our neighbours literally living on top of us. And that is not Bellevue Terrace. That's not how to do extensions or design on Bellevue Terrace. It would really negatively impact the character of this house and the way that it feels to live in it. The third ground is solar access, and what I really mean is natural light. So we understand and accept that some overshadowing is permitted and that it's inevitable. We understand that. The benchmark, as I understand it, is about 25%. These plans propose 31%, and it's just too much. Between about 1/2 and 1/3 of our principal outdoor living areas would be cast into shadow by this plan. We can't live like that. But maybe even more worrying is what this would do to our indoor living spaces. So our house is little. It's an 1890s cottage. 2 bedrooms upstairs, the entire living space is downstairs. And I've shared the pictures with you. There's on the western wall, it's all glass windows or glass doors, yeah? This is where the overshadowing is going to land. And that room is going to be cast into have so much of its light changed. This is where we live. This is the living space of the house. We find it difficult to imagine the effect of that if we lose that much light downstairs on the amenity, on the costs of heating and lighting, and basically on our mental health. In the close proximity in which all Bellevue Terrace residents live, the space between our dwellings and the light that we all share and get is absolutely vital to the basic amenity of this little street and to good relations between neighbours. And the fourth thing, which I'm not going to go into in detail because there's more detail in what I've sent you, is a structural question about undermining of adjacent properties. We share a common wall. This plan proposes very significant excavations, and I think before it gets to anything like the approval stage, some really serious questions need to be asked about the viability of this and the effects it could have on historic properties, ours and others. So just to sum up, for nearly 130 years, the basic footprint of these two dwellings has successfully balanced close proximity to the buildings with a good supply of space, air and light. There's an intelligence in that design, and it needs to be honoured and maintained, not abandoned in any extension to these historic houses. It's surely not impossible to come up with a design that does that. I can't believe it's impossible to come up with a design that extends this property while not infringing so much on these basic principles. So we're here to urge Council to reject this application and to maintain strong, intelligent precedents of good design and planning for all of Bellevue Terrace to protect this historic street. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. And Todd Bryson on the same item.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor and Councillor, for letting me speak tonight. I guess my neighbour's against it. I'm here to talk about our renovation plans for 35 Bellevue Terrace. This is a beautiful, historic Federation-era duplex, and our dream is to turn it into a family home where we can raise our daughter and stay for many years to come. Over the past few months, we've put a lot of thought and care into the proposal. We've worked hard to design something that allows us to grow into the space while keeping the impact to our neighbours minimal. We kept the character of the heritage of our home front of mind, and we truly believe these plans strike the right balance between honouring the past and accommodating the needs for the modern family. My wife and I first moved to Bellevue Terrace as renters, and now we're proud to say that we're owners here. We've been really invested in the community and we love the street. We love the neighbourhood and we really want to build a life here. These Federation-era homes are incredible, special, but they were built in a time when living requirements were different. The rooms are small, the layouts are tight, and with land being so limited, we believe it's not only reasonable but necessary to make thoughtful additions and allow these dwellings to become generally family homes again. Our renovation aims to do just that. We want to breathe new life into these beautiful homes while ensuring the original charm is respected, and we're not developers looking to flip a property. We're a young family hoping to stay, contribute and grow with the community. Thank you again for your time and considering our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we, councillors, have any questions for the applicant? Councillor Sullivan?
Yeah, perhaps ask the applicant. The upper floor bedroom has a balcony on it, which presumably is part of the building that casts shadow towards the rear of the adjoining property. Is, in the context of the concerns raised by the neighbour, I mean, there's a balcony from a bedroom that, from experience, very rarely get utilised and is probably only there for sun protection from the west. Is that something that you would be prepared to modify, forego, make smaller or the like? So that's just a general question about, is that something that you would be prepared to modify?
Thanks. I'll ask the applicant to respond.
Look, we've already modified it once. We've set that in 1.5 from the original plan. I guess what my neighbour's trying to say, she doesn't even want the ground floor extension to happen against the boundary line. You know, these are narrow blocks. If we were to set the ground floor in, you know, you got a tiny little space again. And I guess, you know, these houses have been around for, 130 years. And, you know, our neighbour's house eventually will have an extension done on it too, because, you know, they're not family homes. Even for a couple, they're not really that great. So even if we were to set that boundary in, someone's eventually probably going to develop their site as well. So you're going to have like a void in between the two properties. There's plenty of examples on the street where people have extended the house. I don't know what my neighbour's saying about it's an overdevelopment. It's very probably small compared to, there's one on the street that's just been approved, which is 3 stories, exactly the same situation. So I think we've actually been quite considerate in what our proposal is. So yeah.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we've got a recommendation on the screen. Have I got someone who would like to move the recommendation? If you don't, I will. Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Van Dawson seconding. Is that what I saw happen there?
Thank you. We have had a number of proposals for Bellevue Terrace. I've done work in Bellevue Terrace. I mean, it is one of the most wonderful streets in Fremantle. I've been involved with people who have done work in Bellevue Terrace. I know quite a few people that live there. But I also know of certainly further south, a number of applications that have come through council in recent years with very similar proposals. Some of them probably significantly more challenging than this one. So I'm not convinced that this one is, in the outrageous kind of bracket. I think the applicant has done a number of things which go a long way to modifying or mitigating the impact that it could have. I mean, certainly the upper floor being set back from the southern boundary is a no-brainer, and it's good that they've achieved that. But the reality is an extension at the lower ground level, i.e. the ground level at the back of the buildings, a single-storey extension that goes boundary to boundary. This one doesn't go boundary to boundary, but one that even went boundary to boundary in this environment would be, I would have thought, considered virtually an as of right because of the nature of these terrace houses in the area. And having designed one sort of further up the road on the other side, that's exactly what you do. Now, I think our officers have identified that the applicant has tried significantly to mitigate as far as reasonably possible the impacts. The main issue in terms of planning is the overshadowing, and that sense of going from 25% overshadowing to 31% is not unusual. We are confronted by that on these small, narrow lots quite regularly. What we always need to do and look at is where is that shadow falling in the context of the adjoining property. It's not that it might be 6% over, it's where is it falling. And the majority of the shadow falls from the existing house and I guess from the 2-storey, and a lot of it falls on the roof of the adjoining property. It's not like some of the ones that we've seen where the upper floor of a proposal pushes right to the, right back and casts a huge shadow over the adjoining outdoor areas. That's where we start saying, well, hang on, that's the impact that 25% or exceeding 25% is trying to protect. This one is quite close to the main part of the house. It doesn't push the upper floor back outrageously. It adds a single bedroom. So on all of those grounds, I don't think this is outrageous, even notwithstanding the concerns that have been raised. And I think it is a reasonable proposal.
Thanks, Councillor Sullivan. Well said. Further, Councillor Williamson-Wong.
Thanks. A question to the manager of planning. Lots of the overshadowing from the proposal comes from the fact that it's built up straight to the boundary. What are the requirements of setbacks on this lot in terms of being set back from your neighbouring properties?
There is the ability to have boundary walls. In this case, the boundary wall is slightly higher than what is permitted. So there is a discretion for lot boundary setbacks being proposed.
Thanks.
Sorry, a clarifying question. What is the setback requirement generally on a lot like this? What's the discretion that's being sought in terms of from the boundary?
It may be a little tricky to answer that. The lot boundary setback requirements of the codes are subject to the height and length of walls, so different elements of the wall are different. So I might have to take that on notice if you're wanting a specific answer about those. But the boundary wall element, you can have a maximum length of greater of 9 or 1/3 the length of the boundary. So a certain length of the boundary, you can have a boundary wall no higher than 3.5 metres. So if you've got a single storey boundary wall, you can occupy a fair amount of the boundary. In this case, the wall is higher than that. So if the wall was shorter, then it could be a boundary wall.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a short note myself on the item, and then I'll go to Councillor Van Dawson. I just want to comment on the fact that the officers did work on this with the proponent beforehand, so it is less worse, if you like, but that is a good process. I think what the officers do in engaging early with applicants is get it as close to approvable as possible before it comes to a council meeting. An alternative way of dealing with that would be bring your original proposal to a council meeting, have us turn you around, say come back again later. You come back again next month, we say getting better, you come back the next month. So, you know, what officers do in terms of getting things as close to what they think, you know, as close, ideally they'd get it to a point where it's approval without any discretions. We realise how hard that is in Fremantle with the lot sizes and some of the heritage buildings. So that is why that process works like that, and I think we encourage it to work like that because it means when it does come to us, it's almost like, if you like, the most improved version of it that we end up debating. Councillor Van Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, officers, for your reporting. And yeah, I am sympathetic to the neighbours and any impacts on amenity, is particularly overshadowing. But it's, as Councillor Sullivan said, it's really hard for us, and just the constraints of the site itself, but also hard for us in our decisions when we've got precedents as well that with similar sort of things, but with far greater impacts and greater discretion sought, and we have approved them in the past, so it's quite hard. But I do commend the applicant and designer as well. I can see a genuine attempt with the amended plans to address the issues, and I personally don't feel that it is overdevelopment of the site. Again, based on other things I've seen and seen approved, there's could be a lot worse. And yeah, so I will be supporting the officer's recommendation tonight. And I would just note on the overshadowing, I'm sure you're aware, but those overshadowing diagrams are drawn just at the one time of the year, which is the middle of June. So it's not year round. I've similarly been through development proposals over the road from me, which, yeah, had overshadowing, and I just had to, I was going to be fully over, my whole property. And I just had to remind myself it's just at that time of year. But yeah, it's never a good thing when it's your outdoor space and the amenities taken away. But yeah, thank you.
Councillor Moughlin.
Thank you. Yeah, I also support the officer's recommendation. Just one of those classic narrow east-west blocks, and the difficulty is faced in developing those, and I think the development has struck a good balance of being able to develop the block with minimising the impacts on the neighbours.
All right. If there's no further speakers, Councillor Sullivan, did you wish to close, or should we just go to a vote? All right. So we'll put this one to a vote. All those in favour? And that appears to be unanimous. Thank you. All right. Let's go to Colic Street. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick check of who we still have in the gallery. Yep, we've got someone here for Colic Street, I believe. Stephen Markham.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors. My name's Steve Markham. I'm an architect, and I'm here with the owner of 16 Colic Street to hopefully speak in support of overturning the council's recommendation for refusing demolition of the existing property. So we're fully aware of the unique nature of the Hilton Garden precinct, and the design requirements set out under Local Planning Policy 3.7 and the limitations that proposes. My clients identified the property and purchased it, identifying the benefits that the Hilton Heritage Precinct has on it. In reviewing the heritage details for that area, the property was not identified as one of the 8 properties listed as having heritage or cultural significance within the precinct. The precinct was developed to provide low-cost, cheap houses to returned servicemen and immigrants after the World War. It's characterised by, I'm going to call them typical State Housing Commission houses, very simple in form, limited palette of materials, red brick, fibro, asbestos, typically terracotta or concrete roof tiles. In reviewing the property, because it is not listed on their cultural significance, we undertook a quick review under the Borough Charter where the cultural significance is evaluated through the 4 metrics, being aesthetic, historic, scientific and social. Due to the existing significant modifications that have been made to the house, so the external cladding's been replaced with a beige brick that hasn't been done, I believe, particularly well. The timber windows have been replaced with aluminium windows, and the terracotta roof tiles have been replaced with tin tiles. There's also been other minor internal modifications that don't adhere to the requirements of renovations as outlined under LPP 3.7. My client's request and hope is that they can have approval to demolish the residence, removing all of the modifications and poor renovations that have been undertaken and have the opportunity to erect a building in compliance with LP 3.7. So another, I guess the most pertinent issue within the report that's been provided for the heritage impact assessment undertaken by the city was it stated that the existing premises or the property is amongst similar or equal culturally significant representations of the typology for that area, where in fact the 4 properties directly across the road were all demolished between what I can determine 2014, 2015, and new examples of the houses have been constructed on those sites. And in more particular, 13 Colic Street has, I believe, a very good example of what can be achieved when an existing house is able to be demolished and a new character building put in its place that adheres to the policy. So yeah, I'm seeking hopefully your approval to demolish the property.
All right, councillors, do we have any questions for the architect? All right, we'll come to the item then. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Moughlin, seconded by Councillor Lorber. Councillor Moughlin?
Yeah, I'm happy to open and just very briefly say that, yeah, fully supportive of the officer's recommendation and the policy itself, and ensuring that we retain the properties within Hilton. If the criteria in regards to shoddy work had been applied to most properties in Hilton over time, then they would have all been demolished, but we have seen the great work that has been done by people who have put effort into renovate properties and address those areas and bring those properties back to life. So I absolutely support the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Lorber?
Yeah, I think in Hilton we're used to seeing houses stripped down to just their studs, so to speak, and kind of renovated in a number of different ways. And it is definitely possible to keep these heritage homes and do a great build. I just wanted to also kind of clarify that across the road, what the architect was speaking about, it was number 7 Colic Street, and I believe that was a public housing works. That was a public works. That was removal of some homes and built, by my count, I think 6 kind of Homes West or Housing Authority houses. Is that correct? Or can I ask that question?
If you bear with me while my mapping loads, I'll check the ownership of the land.
No, I'll go on about the point I'm actually making with this, is this was a lot of public housing back in the day, and the state government came in through Public Works and did knock down some of the front cottages in Hilton. And at that point in time, there was some real value seen in retaining those cottages. And this city entered in a memorandum of understanding after some of these developments were built to encourage the housing authority to retain those front cottages and then split out the back. And that has been in place for quite a while, I think well over 10 years now. So it was some of these developments that spurred that MOU to be entered into between the city and the housing authority. And because of that, we've retained a lot of those cottages that were public housing, because at one point in time, this whole suburb was built as public housing, the entire thing. So as Councillor Moughlin pointed out, if the state of these cottages was a requirement for demolition, we wouldn't have any of them. So I'm supportive of the officer's recommendation here and encourage the new homeowner to look at what can be done with what's existing on the site.
Thanks. Councillor Graham?
Seriously, we're not allowing demolition of this property? I mean, come on. This is mostly the worst property that I've seen from the street. Anyway, and we've written it up to make it out that it's in a heritage precinct and it's this and it's that and the other thing. I mean, God love the Hilton Heritage Precinct. These houses were built post-war. They weren't built to last 60, 70 or 80 years. You know, the time has come. We're in 2025, for heaven's sake. If we can't allow somebody to demolish this little property that you know, it's so tiny, you couldn't live more than 1 or 2 people in it, and build something that's going to be a family a family house for the next 40 or 50 years. I mean, we're living in dream world, honestly. I mean, yeah, I was only going to say seriously, we're not allowing demolition of this project and leave it at that. But if this is voted down, I'm quite happy to move approval of the demolition with the standard conditions.
All right. Sounds like I need to invite Councillor Graham round for a cup of tea so he can see a family living in a 90 square metre, very Hilton house, in fact, on the east side of Colic Street, as this one is, where the 1960s houses dominate and continue to be very livable. Look, it is, if I was self-interested, I would want to see this demolished because it would give me much greater flexibility if those were the kind of approvals we were giving with my own property. But the fact is, I love living in Hilton as it is. My house is on a corner. It's not dissimilar to this one. Yes, it means that you have a lot of land around your house, and that's a beautiful thing in this day and age where so many of the blocks get built out. I think the points have already been made. One of the really significant things about Hilton is keeping it as intact as possible. And you know, there are plenty of places you can go and build a huge big house on a vacant block and have your way. Hilton's not one of them. So, and I don't think it should be. Councillor Archibald.
Thank you. Just very briefly, the policy for the Hilton area was put in place during the 90s. Councillor Sullivan was around at the time as well. And I must say I went over to Hilton to have a look at this house and also another property. And the suburb is absolutely beautiful. It's, you know, the proof is in the pudding that saving many of the cottages over in Hilton has really done that community a great service. I know it may seem difficult and odd because it's a post-war modest house, but that whole area has a wonderful cohesion, so I certainly support the recommendation that the officers have come to us with. Thank you.
All right, looks like it's time to go to Councillor Sullivan to
Sorry about
close.
that.
No.
Well, no. What's the second? No, it wasn't the second.
No, I don't think you were.
I'm not quite there, I've got to say. I did go and have a look. It's very hard to have a look at this house from the street. I do acknowledge that it's been significantly modified, but it's very hard for me to to know in my mind whether it's beyond that point of no return, or whether it is still reasonable to anticipate a conservation approach to it. The challenge of this block, and it's so typical of the corner ones, but this one seems slightly worse than most, is that around about 60% of the land area of this block is basically front setback. And you can sort of understand why, you know, in other words, the house is pushed into the 40% in the corner. And you can sort of understand why someone would go, oh, well, if I can get to demolish it, I might be able to change that. But the reality is the setbacks still need to be complied with, and we still need to see consistency of streetscape. And so sometimes there is a false perception that getting rid of the old house is going to make everything easy, and the reality is it's not. On the flip side of that, of course, is we end up with applications that are like so far from what we're trying to seek in terms of the garden suburb that it just creates, you know, chaos for us and for the community who rely on us to maintain that sort of openness to the street, the garden suburb setbacks and the like. So sometimes keeping the old house and asking the council for a little bit more leeway in terms of setbacks and the like, because you're keeping the old house, is sometimes a better approach than just knocking it down. I am, you know, I was almost thought about a deferral so that we could all go and have a look at it. Maybe that will happen anyway, if it comes back to us through an appeal or the like. But I do support the fact that the normal default decision should be that we retain these cottages.
All right, am I ready to put this one to a vote? I think so. All right, all those in favour of the officer's recommendation for refusal and against? Councillor Graham against, remainder in favour, that's carried. All right, I believe we're remaining in Hilton. Some of us would like to go home to Hilton. All right, let's go to Butson Street. I'll start with...
Can I ask a question before we start? Is the deferral an alternate motion that needs to move, or is that the...
deferral's procedural motion.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's go to Richard Smetana on this one.
Good evening, Lord Mayor and councillors. My name's Richard. I actually live in the house rear to where the proposed changes are. I would just like to express my support for what they're proposing. You know, I would be in the position of being the most, you know, highly impacted by any changes, and my partner and I actually don't feel, you know, aggrieved at all, and actually think that what they're proposing is going to be a positive for the local area, and also for a young family such as them. The visual changes that you'll see from the street, you know, either non-existent or absolutely negligent, and the changes that we will see from our property, we actually think will be almost a positive. So just want to express the support for their proposal.
Thank you for that. Nathan Hardy.
Good evening. My name's Nathan Hardy. I am one of the co-owners with my wife Nicole of 13 Butson. Just want to speak on behalf of our application. I just want to say thank you for our opportunity to speak this evening and staying late for us all. It means a lot, and getting to have this heard has been a long time coming, so we're very excited to hopefully hear your thoughts and hopefully a successful application. We're a young family who are deeply invested in the future of Hilton. We bought the house in October 21, and I've since, luckily enough, had 2 young girls, and we plan to raise our children, hopefully grow old and continue to contribute to a vibrant community which we come to be a part of and love being a part of. The proposal before you is a result of almost about 2 years of work with our thoughtful work alongside our architect, Philip Stitchell Architecture. From the beginning, we were clear that the project wasn't just about adding space. It was about creating a family home that reflects the values and character of the Hilton Garden suburb precinct. We've worked closely with Phil and his team to ensure that the design is both a contemporary and deeply respectful of its heritage context. One of the key priorities was to make sure that the original cottage remained the visual and architectural focal point for the site. The new additions have been designed deliberately and to sit behind the heritage home, preserving its identity and prominence when viewed from the street. We felt it was important that anyone walking by, as everyone does in the suburb with the setbacks, that the front yard is one of the key areas where we interact with all our neighbours. They would all still see that classic Hilton cottage character from the front and clearly distinguish the newer secondary forms that are behind. We are incredibly proud of what we've proposed and even more grateful for the positive feedback and support from the city's heritage and planning teams who recognise the care and sensitivity behind the design. Just as importantly for us, we've taken time to meet and speak personally with all our surrounding neighbours. These people are people that we now know well. We've built friendships with over the years and we're happy to share that over a couple of bottles of wine. We showed the plans and they've all expressed support, as you can see from Richard coming today. Their enthusiasm of planning. There's also a shared excitement about this development and what it represents for the street and the suburb more broadly. A respectful and creative way to unlock the potential of Hilton's heritage homes and continue to build a vibrant community here. We appreciate the role that council plays in shaping Fremount's built environment. We don't take this process lightly. We appreciate that some aspects of the proposal seek discretion, but we're grateful that both the heritage and planning officers have recognised the integrity of the design and consideration that's gone into every detail. We respectfully ask that the council supports the officer's recommendation for approval and allows us to move forward in building our family home in Hilton. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Nathan. And the architect, Philip Stayskill.
Good evening, elected members and staff. I had something written, but I think, Nathan, you've said it much better than I was going to. So if I may, I'll be here for questions. I don't think I need to read this out.
Thank you. Councillors, did we have any questions for the architect? Nope. All right, let's get into a discussion. The officer's recommendation is on the screen here. I'm happy to move it. Do we have a seconder for it? Councillor Van Dawson. I was really impressed with the plans here, and it was surprising, but you know, sensitive, I think, and I think it's a huge improvement to the existing cottage. I think it genuinely looks like it needs the love that you want to try and give it, and I kind of have no notes. I think it is very approvable in its current state. Personally, happy to support the officer's recommendation. Councillor Van Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak briefly as well. I've expressed my thoughts about the proposal when we met on site the other day, and do thank you for inviting the elected members to site to have a look. It really helped me a lot. And thank you to the architect. I agree, very thoughtful design. I think it'll be a great improvement to the streetscape and your home. Yeah, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Kamada.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief. Congratulations on staying for so long tonight, to begin with. Look, I think it's very creative. I think it's going to be a great addition for your street and area. It's really nice to hear the support you've got from your neighbours, and obviously the officers have worked really hard to make sure that it's something that, you know, is pretty close, and that's why I'll be supporting the recommendation of the officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moughlin.
Thanks. Yeah, I also support the officer's recommendation, and just particularly want to call out the, I suppose, highlighting of the existing home, and with the removal of the verandas and the like. And as a former Butson Street resident, having seen this house many times over, it was always a bit of an anomaly, and it was hidden behind those existing those added verandas. So really interested to see that house come to life again. Really interested as well and supportive of the addition that has been made. And whilst traditionally those modifications in Hilton have not gone down this path, there may be an opportunity for people to think more innovatively about what might be done to support those developments. And I look forward to seeing this one completed and what else might be able to occur in Hilton.
Thanks, Councillor Moughlin. Councillor Lorber.
Yeah, I want to thank the applicant and architects for sticking out the evening tonight. Thank you for staying and for also bringing a really creative and wonderful design before us. I do have a deferral motion prepared, but it seems like everyone's ready to go forward with this. And I, had kind of thought that with the Hilton Heritage Policy, you could read it. It does talk about, sorry, we would just pull it up here just so I say it correctly. Basically, when developments present it generally as a single-story dwelling from the street, and that includes extensions and additions, and that's kind of generally been the rule. But I've usually been the one here to argue to try to get ones over the line that kind of poke out a little bit. And but it is a great design. It is a good use of the site. So if council's prepared to go that way, I'll be prepared to support it this evening as well.
Thank you, councillors. All right, it looks like we're probably ready to put this to a vote. All those in favour? And that appears to be unanimous tonight. That was worth the wait, I hope. All right. We shall progress to Letitia Road. All right, I've got two people listed to speak to this, I believe, but I will check with the gallery otherwise. So the first person is Rowan White.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the council for their time and their stamina this evening. I'll start by saying this is, I was here last month. This is following a deferral from last month to this council meeting. I guess I want to start, it was suggested that I have another look at the upper floor setback. We did. The client was happy to increase that by 700 mil. Also, thank you, Councillor Van Dawson indicated that probably something I didn't really make clear in my last submission was the general setbacks along Letitia Street, and that the upper floor setback in this case is certainly not out of character for the buildings around it. So I did include a graphic with this submission as per the council's request to kind of probably give a clearer idea about that. I probably should have done that the first time around, to be honest. Look, I think the client's been quite reasonable in this case. I think they have amended their plans following the deferral, and we're really asking that the council follow their planning department's approval in this case. And that's it. Thanks a lot for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Rowan. And we have Pierre Chamber listed to speak.
Thanks for your time this evening. I'll keep it brief. First time up here, so bear with me. I guess I just keep reiterating, if we could just follow the rules. The rules are there for a reason. I have no issue with the place being demolished. There's no very modest home, no heritage value. I think, I've made, numerous concessions on the bottom floor, wouldn't affect me at all. And, looking up the hill to the other properties, they've managed to not overshadow the properties next to them, Letitia 5 and 6, for instance. Recent developments and others in the street. There's been a wonderful explosion of developments, and specifically the height. I think if they go to their 5.5 metres that they're allowed, they'll make a wonderful family home. If they don't encroach to the east on my property with the setbacks, and appreciate the concession from the setbacks from the street. noting that, the setbacks are much further up the hill and for some reason they decline down the hill. But, yep, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, did we have any questions for the architect or no? All right, let's go to this one. It's on the screen. Do I have someone who would like to move that? Yeah, Councillor Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Van Dawson. Do we have any discussion on this one? All right, Councillor Van Dawson.
I'll just speak briefly just to the reasons for deferral. I think my view, just based on discussion, there was a bit of uncertainty around the setbacks and the impacts on the neighbour, and also I believe there was an attempt to sort of work with the neighbour potentially on that, and it wasn't successful, but yeah, for me personally, I'm satisfied that the proposal generally meets the requirements, and considering the constraints of the property, it's a very small lot. Yeah, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation. I do thank you for that additional information. I think it's very helpful. I think when you look at your property and the neighbours, your building footprint is actually less than the neighbours, and also yours is set back slightly more as well. And I can see with your amended design, you've made some minor adjustments to try and reduce that impact again. And I think, yeah, so I'm happy to support it. So thank you, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thanks, Councillor Van Dawson. We might put this one to a vote then. All those in favour? And that again is unanimous, and that's an approval tonight. All right, the remainder of the agenda. Feel free to stay with us, there's not much more. Or go, it's fine. I'm going to suggest to councillors that we move items 8, 9 and 11 on block. Is everyone comfortable with that? Moved by Councillor Moffat, seconded by Councillor Archibald. All those in favour? And I'm going to ask Councillor Williamson Wong to leave. And I will ask that someone moves the officer's recommendation here for item 10. Knutsford, that's Councillor Archibald, seconded by Councillor Mofflin. All those in favour?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, hi. Sorry.
Hi.
Councillor
As
Sullivan.
I flagged that in our briefing session, I'm not absolutely convinced that we should rush ahead with the sea lanes and the quarry site one. These aren't required to be dealt with until about September or October this year, I think. And sorry, yeah, looking at the wrong person. Russell will be able to tell us. My understanding is they aren't required to be dealt with until about September or October. So with the council's indulgence, can I seek deferral to the next appropriate planning committee, or next, planning committee, council, ideally one that's not such a full agenda.
Would it be fair that you just want to defer the part 3?
I just think at this time of night, trying to split everything up is, yeah.
I don't think it's difficult. I think it's fine. I think if we could probably do parts 1 and 2 and defer part 3. Governance seems comfortable.
Yeah, I did want to go back and review Knutsford Street East as well, but yeah.
I mean, I can move a deferral in parts or something.
I will move the whole thing be deferred. That's my motion.
Okay, so Councillor Sullivan's
seconded.
moved. It's a procedural motion, it's fine. Councillor Sullivan's moved a deferral. Do we have a seconder for a deferral? Councillor Kamada. All those in favour of the deferral? Councillors Archibald, Kamada, Lorva and Sullivan, and against, oh God, Councillors Graham, Mofflin, Thompson, Van Dawson and myself, so that's lost. Did you wish to move a deferral for part of it, Councillor Sullivan?
No.
I'm going to move a deferral for part 3. and then put the remainder to a vote. Is that okay, governance? Yes. Yep. All right. So I'll move deferral for part 3. Do we have a second of that? Councillor Van Dawson, all those in favour? Oh, question?
Yeah, a question. If the part 3 is approved, is there anything stopping us between now and the 19th of October of considering the item we're looking at, or is this locking us into letting it lapse? Or if there was a point in there that was going to be raised that someone wanted to make, could we still
I think the
consider
intention is to defer it to allow further consideration in the context of planning applications in the area. Is that the reason for deferral? Councillor Sullivan's not talking to me now, so. Yeah. So. Yeah, okay. Okay, can I have a show of hands on support the deferral of part 3? Councillors Archibald, Kamada, Lorva, myself, Sullivan and Van Dawson, so that's carried. I'll put the remainder to a vote. All those in favour of parts 1 and 2, and that appears to be unanimous. Wow, well done, team. Councillor Sullivan, your light is still on, but I will assume that.
I want to speak on everything else.
You want to speak on the committee and working group reports, statutory reports, motions of which previous notice has been given, urgent business, late items, confidential business of which we have none of the above. So I'll declare the meeting closed at 10:23. So whoever predicted 10:30 was pretty close to right.